Awesome. All right, let's see if we have somebody here. Okay, how old are you?
I'm 35.
35, okay. So do you have an issue with the LGBTQIA plus community?
Yeah, for sure. I don't have an
Okay.
issue with the people because I love all people. I just have an issue that it goes against the truth.
And what is the truth?
Jesus Christ, the truth, the way, and the life.
Okay. So why do you take your morality from something that has contradictions?
It doesn't have contradictions, is the truth.
Have you read the Bible?
Yes.
Okay. So you do realize there are contradictions within the Bible?
What you see them as contradictions is a balance, but it keeps you from seeing the
So
truth.
you believe everything that's written in the Bible?
Absolutely, 100%.
So you believe that we should own slaves then?
What's that?
So you believe we should own slaves then?
I see what you're doing, but it's uh it's however you want to choose to see it.
It quite literally says that you are able to own slaves. So if you base your morality
Well,
off of something that was written in the Bible, that means that you must think that it's okay to own slaves.
Well, if you want to go in that direction, then you must, if you agree to the Bible, do you
I
agree to
don't agree to
anything?
the Bible. This is an internal critique of your position because you
Right.
believe the Bible.
So
I
you
don't
don't
follow
agree
the
to
Bible.
so you don't agree to anything in the Bible.
No, I'm not a Christian and I don't follow religion. I think that it's a nice story, that you
I
can
didn't I
maybe
didn't
base some stories off morality wise, but to take it literally every little essence of it, absolutely not. I
I
think that
didn't
we are
say
independent beings, that we can make our own morality, that's not subjected to the writings of a perceived and imaginary God that we have no proof of.
you want proof before you believe, but faith is believing in things you don't see.
I understand that, but the thing is, you're basing your morality, that's subjected to what is written, which is man-made. It's written that actually has a lot of problems with it, because despite what your ethical framework may be, you are supporting certain positions within the Bible that actually promotes harm.
No, you're taking God's word and twisting it into something that's not.
I'm not. I'm not.
You
The
are,
thing
but
is
that's
that
okay. I just
morality
want to
only
let you
goes
know
so
that
far
that's
if it
why.
benefits a certain demographic. It doesn't benefit the whole demographic of the people. If God was all loving, why would He create a bunch of people, to only be vindicated and to be judged? Isn't God supposed to be all loving?
God sees you, so just want to let you know.
Yeah, but isn't one of your arguments is that we were made in God's image? Is that correct?
What's that?
Isn't one of your arguments, Christian argument, is that we were made in God's image?
Yeah, in the Bible it says we're fearfully and wonderfully made in the
Okay.
image of
So
God.
then why aren't the lives of the LGBT community not made in God's image?
Because he said he made man and women, not LGBTQ and all these different genders. Those are made up genders
He
and
didn't say he didn't
wait.
do that.
Those are
He didn't
made
say
up
he didn't
genders
say he
and
didn't do that
confused
either.
identities and who people think they are compared to what the truth says.
Yeah, but he didn't point me to a verse where he said that that's not his reason. Specifically articulating that he didn't do that for that reason.
It says he made man and woman in his image, and man
Yeah,
is
but
not
that's not it. That's
plural.
not providing me with a verse that specifically says to the exclusion of the LGBTQ community.
Does it say LGBTQ in the Bible?
It doesn't say it anywhere, so you cannot make a claim either
Exactly.
way.
So
You
it's
cannot
not
make a
part of the
claim either way.
truth.
That's because it's up to interpretation. So
It's
you
not part of
cannot
the truth.
say God didn't make it in that image if He didn't explicitly say, "I did not do this for this reason." You're assuming and you're inferring because He only highlighted and only mentioned man and woman, and then you are inferring based on that. That means He only means man and woman.
No, you just
But
don't
that's
trust the
making that's
truth and you
making a
don't want to hear
presumption.
the
That's
truth
making an
because then you
assumption.
know you have to start admitting you're living a lie. That's why.
Why does God say that it's a lie?
It says it's an abomination for a man to sleep with a man or a woman to sleep with women.
Yeah, in regards to premarital sex, Max.
No, in regards to adulterous and sexuality.
Yes, that's to do with premarital adultery. So your issue is not so
No,
much, not to do with
it's
same-sex
to do with the
interaction, but
commands
to
of
do
God.
with premarital engagements. It's completely different.
No, it's not. You just don't want to hear the
Absolutely
truth.
is. You already explained it to me that it's to do with adultery. That's got nothing to do with
You
homosexuality.
you don't want to hear the
Do you know
truth because you
why
don't
you
trust
think
it.
that do you know why that you consider that it's a sin? Is because the Bible didn't say that a man and man could unite in marriage, so therefore, by definition, it's going to be sinful because they can't do it in the eyes of marriage. However, it doesn't say that. It condemns premarital sex, and that's from both sides. That's from heterosexual and homosexual interactions. So the issue is with premarital sex, because would you hold the same opinion if the Bible recognized two men to marry and unite under law? Would you still hold that view that it's a sin?
The truth is the truth, sweetheart. Whether you want to twist
Can
it
you
or
answer?
taint
Can
it,
you
it's
answer
still
my
the
question?
truth.
Can you answer
The
my
truth is
question?
the truth. The
Can
truth
you
is the truth.
answer my question?
The
If it was
truth is the
shown,
truth.
if it was shown and recognized in your Bible that a man could unite under the eyes of the law, right? Under the eyes of
It's
God,
not my Bible, it's the
to
truth.
unite and get married, does that make their union now not sinful?
It's not my Bible, it's the truth.
You didn't answer my question. I don't know why you're pivoting.
Because you don't want to hear the truth.
No, you're not even answering my question.
Yeah, you're just going in a different direction because you don't want to hear the truth.
Yeah, that's your only response is I don't want to hear the truth. You don't want to hear the truth. You don't want to hear the
You
truth.
don't.
You don't actually have a response to the question that I've given you. Because you know that you can't.
No, because you just want to go in
No,
circles and
because
taint the truth
it
because
breaks
you
your
don't want to be
consistency and
wrong.
logic. No, because it breaks your consistency and logic. If you could answer the question, then answer my
You want to
question.
logically understand God's love, but you can't actually logically understand God's love. It's impossible.
Do you think that God is perfect?
God is all loving, yes.
So he's perfect. Why would he create an imperfect world?
He didn't. We had free will to choose the lie or the truth, like you're doing
No,
now.
it's an imperfect world. If God is perfect, why would he choose to create an imperfect world in which harm could occur if he is supposed to be all loving? How could an all loving person inflict harm on somebody?
He didn't. You have
He
choice
did.
to
He
choose
allowed
the
it. He
lie.
allowed it to occur. He
You
allowed it
have
to
choice
occur.
to choose the lie or the truth. That is your choice, free will. And right now, if you don't want to choose the truth, then you choose the lie.
Do you think by creating a loving world that takes people away from their free will?
Every day you have free will.
Yeah, you didn't answer my question. Do you think that God being all loving and taking away harm and taking away people's suffering, that takes away people's free will?
Sorry, can you explain that? What do you mean?
Yeah, do you think that by that God being all loving means that free will has to sorry, I kind of lost my train of thought here. Do you think that you have to have sorry, I'm trying to get my thinking there. I don't know why I've lost my fucking train of thought.
It's all good. Jesus calls that the peace that transcends all understanding.
No.
Because when
Hold
we
on, give
can't
me 1 second because
understand
I
it, then we
had my
have to
thought
rest in it.
and it lost. 1 second. I had my thought and I lost my thought. Do you think that God has to that free will can only occur if God allows there to be suffering? So I remember it now. Do you think that taking away harm and then ensuring that there's love everywhere, that means you're taking free will away?
Do I think taking away harm ensures love everywhere? Is that your question?
Yeah, do you think that removing harm and ensuring that there's love everywhere so people don't suffer, that you are taking free will away from people?
I don't really understand your question. Can you word it differently?
What part of it don't you understand? If God is omnipotent and all powerful, he has the capability to take suffering away, to
Yes.
ensure that there's love in the world, right? Okay? You agree to that. He has the power to do that because he is all powerful.
Continue.
Okay? So if he then does that and takes away all the suffering in the world, does that take away the free will from the people?
Of course.
Explain how.
Because every single day, if you pick up, say, I'll give you an example. If you pick up a bat, you can choose to go play baseball with it and have fun and have a good time. Or you can take that bat and go beat the crap out of someone. You have a choice to bring evil on earth or bring love on earth. And God is love. So those experiences and those actions that we have isn't the result of God. It's the result of us choosing evil over love, truth over a lie. That's the result.
Do you think that no choices will still be intact if you provided a world in which there was no suffering? Do you think that people can still make loving choices that don't necessarily result in evil?
It sounds like you want a world with no suffering.
I'm talking about this in the logic of why an omnipotent, omniscient, and benevolent God would create a world that's imperfect with so much harm. It's a contradiction.
No, it's not. It's life.
No, it's a contradiction.
No, it's life, sweetheart, and it's part of
It's
life.
a contradiction.
Life is part of suffering.
God can't be all three. God can't be all three with the world that we live in right now. Because a benevolent God would not sit back and allow suffering to occur, right?
That's
An
why he has.
omnipotent God would have the means to be able to stop it, and an omniscient would know that it exists in order to know how to stop it, right? So one of them can't be true. So either he's not that powerful, so he knows it's happening, and he wants to stop it, but he just doesn't have the power. Okay?
So
Or he
let me
has
ask
the
you this
power
question, though.
and he's all loving, but he doesn't know that it's occurring.
So,
Or
so,
the
so
most
you,
likely option,
do you
the most
believe
likely
in
option,
God?
I'm not quite done. The most likely option is that he's not is that he's not benevolent. So he has the power and he knows that it's occurring, but he's just choosing to allow it to happen because he's not that loving.
So do you believe in God at all?
No, I have no proof to believe in him.
Okay. So that's pretty hard to believe in something and explain why you think God is the way he is if you don't believe it, don't you think?
You can understand the concept and the arguments surrounding why people want to believe in a God without having to believe it yourself. That's a ridiculous argument.
Well, if you don't understand the author's heart, it's pretty hard to understand their motives.
No, I know the heart and I know what it is. It's the idea that you want to believe in something to explain the rationale of the world. It's comforting to know that there's something above pulling the strings. That way you don't
No,
have to be completely independent. But you
it's
do
so that you can
realize
find
that the fact that you believe in a
peace when you
God,
believe it.
one second. You do realize the fact that you believe in a God is actually contradictory to the notion of free will. Because actually, the fact that you want to submit yourself wholeheartedly to a God that basically controls everything and pulls the strings is not arguing for free will. In fact, that's arguing that the God is determining your actions. Because you don't have free will in that, because you are doing everything because God is telling you to. That is not free will. You don't have free will if you believe in God.
If that's what you choose to believe, that's what you'll see.
No, that is the facts. Okay?
That's not
you don't
facts,
have free
but if that's
will
what you
because
choose to
you are
believe.
you don't have free will because you are married by the teachings and the rituals and of this perceived argument that is given by God dictating how you need to live every means of your life. There's no free will in that. If you're at the
Do you have
mercy and at
kids?
the hands of an imaginary sky daddy, it is
Do
complete and
you
utterly the opposite of free will.
do you have kids?
I don't have kids. I don't know why you're pivoting.
I'm not pivoting. You're assuming that I'm pivoting. I'm asking you a question.
What is the relevance of you asking if I have kids here?
The relevance is if you know someone who has kids, you know that they have to put rules in place so that those kids don't harm themselves. So those rules have to be in place, like, hey, before you cross the road, make sure you look both ways so you don't get hit by a car. It's
Again,
kind
I
of
don't
this.
know what the point of this argument is.
It's kind of
I
the
don't know
same
how
thing
that
with
is
God,
related to what I mentioned.
because you're saying that God controls us and we don't have free will, right?
He
That's what you're
does.
saying,
He does.
right? And what I'm
Are
saying
you
is that,
capable of thinking independently from God?
huh?
Are you capable of thinking independently from God?
Yes. God
So
is part of everything.
you're able to provide your own morality independent from the teachings of God?
No, I base my life on the truth.
Okay. But that means you do
And
everything because God said. So if God told you to do a specific act, would you do it?
if it is in line with what God says about loving your neighbor, absolutely.
Okay. So if you agree with the whole teaching of love thy neighbor, why would you not extend that same response to the LGBT plus community?
Like I said, I love people. I love all people. I have gay friends. Doesn't mean I agree with their
I don't know
lifestyle.
why you need to tokenize them. That's fine. Like, you know,
I don't agree with their lifestyle because it's sin.
yeah.
It's not right.
It
It's
doesn't.
not
It
the
doesn't.
truth.
It doesn't state that anywhere. You do realize
Yes,
that
it
the
does.
Bible
It says in the
teachings are not
Bible. It says
100%
completely.
accurate.
It
It's
says in the
not
Bible
100%
completely.
accurate.
Yes, it
And
is.
what
It's
and what
100%.
makes it a sin? What makes it a sin? Because God said it.
Yeah, that's
God said
exactly
it,
right.
so it's now a sin.
Yeah, God's the
Do you
Almighty.
not realize that you are walking right into my point?
Do you not
Because
realize
God
that
said that something is a sin, now you think it's a sin. Therefore,
you
you
don't
have been controlled because God has told you that this is what it is.
do you
You
not
can't use your
realize
own morality to look at that and think, why is that a sin? That shouldn't be a
do
sin.
you not realize you're proving
Why
my
on earth
point
would
because you're
God
questioning
teach us
God?
that something about somebody that cannot be changed, that is they are born with, why is that a sin? That makes zero sense.
It's not they're born with it. They become that way.
Oh, so you think it's a choice?
Yeah, free
What
will.
evidence do you have to say that it's a choice?
The same evidence that you have in arguing me about the truth.
That's not an argument. You haven't given me 1 ounce of an argument.
Yes, it is. You're telling me that you don't believe it because God said it, and I'm telling you that God is sovereign over everything and you don't
Yeah,
trust
what
it.
evidence do you have for that? You only do that because you are married to the control that God has over you.
No, you're only doing that because you don't trust the truth.
No, you are only doing that because you are arguing for free will, but you don't really have free will because you're under this illusion that God gives you free will when clearly He doesn't because you are this married to God.
Sounds like you know everything, so why argue with me then?
You haven't given me any evidence to say that it's a choice.
The truth, Jesus Christ, the truth, the way, and the life. That's the evidence. Whether you choose to believe that and trust that or lean on your own understanding is up to you.
Yeah, but how does it make sense to you? Why does it make sense to you? What rationale behind the teachings that you are reading has any sense?
So
You're
there's a
looking at it and
can
you're
I
not
share it with
analyzing
you? Can
it,
I
or you're
share
not
why?
asking questions about the teachings that you are reading. You're
So
looking at it and
can
say,
I
"Oh,
share it
God
with
said
you?
it. God supports it. Therefore, it must be true. Therefore, I'm going to use it." Have you ever critically looked at the Bible and questioned the sort of realistic nature of it, and if it's ethical at all? You're just taking it word by word because you
Are you
can't think
gonna let me
independently
speak
of a
or are you
God.
just gonna talk?
What?
Are you gonna let me speak or are you just gonna talk?
I mean, you haven't really given me any arguments. So at this point,
Well,
all
I'm
you're going to
just
do is just preach.
waiting for you to let me speak. So
Will you provide me with an actual argument? Or are you just going to say, you don't know the truth? You don't know the truth.
there's a
You're just
verse.
blind to the reality. Because that's all you've been
There
saying this whole time.
there is a verse that says, and the peace of God that transcends all understanding will guard your heart and your mind in Christ Jesus. Hold on, I'm not done yet. I'd ask you, are you leaning on your own understanding or are you resting in the peace that transcends all understanding?
What makes you believe that a wholehearted 100%? What makes you not want to critically analyze that? Or pull that apart and analyze it?
What, that verse?
Yeah, just anything from the Bible.
Wait.
What makes
Okay.
you not want to question it?
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Dissect that verse without trying to understand it. I'd like to see what you do.
Understand it? The thing is
Nope.
I can look
No,
at
no, no,
that
no, no.
verse and I could pull it apart and I could critically understand it.
I said try to
For
understand.
starters, I need to prove that God actually even exists in order to understand that He transcends everything. If I don't even believe, if I don't even believe that God even exists in the first place, then that phrase or passage, whatever you dictated to me, isn't gonna make sense.
Totally, 100%. So
Okay,
what's the
so
opposite of
I
unbelief?
don't
Wait.
believe
What's the opposite?
my analysis of that is because I don't believe in God. I don't believe that He can therefore transcend anything because I don't even believe He exists in the first place.
So what's the opposite of unbelief?
Not believing.
No, the opposite of unbelief.
Oh, belief.
Right. So you have a choice to believe or not to believe. That's your
Yeah,
choice.
I choose my belief based on the facts and the evidence, not
So you
something
live
that
your life
has
on.
no backing to it.
Wait. So you live your life on 100% facts before you believe anything, and you don't move in the direction unless it's 100% facts. That's
No,
what I'm hearing.
I base it on a very high probability and high likelihood of those facts being true.
Okay, but a probability is not true. That's a possibility.
I mean, that there are different levels of probability based on what you're looking at that will give a higher likelihood of it being true versus not being true. You know,
Y-
there is more evidence to state that God doesn't exist than he does exist. So yeah, my leanings is towards the fact that I don't believe God exists. Do I
Okay,
think that
well,
it's 100% sure? I'm not going to make a claim it's 100%, but I think it's in the favor. It's overwhelmingly in the favor.
cool. I respect that. I respect that you have the ability to say you don't know for sure.
I don't think that anybody's going to make a claim that they know for sure, but they do it based on the logical probability. The evidence that I've heard, the logical consistency of certain arguments in terms of how I dictate and how I pull it about and how I analyze it, and I look at what we are now and I think, what is the likelihood, the probability that a God could exist given the conditions that we currently live in? Yeah, my conclusion that I'm going to jump to is that no, it doesn't make sense. It's inconsistent. Therefore, that's going to lead me to my argumentation that I don't believe in a God.
Right. And so are you
So
willing
what
to
is
be
your logical steps for believing in a God?
right? So are you willing to be wrong about that? Is my question.
If I am provided with sufficient enough evidence, sure. But you have yet to provide me with any.
Right. But what I'm saying is like I've had these conversations with so many people before in my life, right? Like friends who are atheists and stuff. And one of my
Wait,
friends was like,
hold on 1 second, JC. Dean, I don't know if you're trying to type, but it filters out some of my comments. So if you're trying to comment, I can't read it for some reason. So which is really annoying. I don't know why TikTok is filtering out some comments. But
oh,
anyway, carry on.
oh, yeah, no worries. By the way, I'm really enjoying this conversation. It's actually quite interesting. Um, yeah, so I had a friend who's atheist, and I was like, okay, man, you don't believe in God? He's like, no, I don't believe in God. I'm like, okay, what would you need in order to believe in God? And he's like, dude, I would need God to come down in front of me like 7 times in a row and say, I am God, I am the truth, I am the way. And I'm like, well, there's no way I can convince you. So that's why I ask you, like, what proof do you need in order to possibly be wrong?
Well, I think I base my facts, I base the truth on a couple of categories. For starters, there are two types, right? There's the truth that we can infer by logic. Is it logically consistent? Is it sound? Does it make sense, right? That's one element of truth. And then there's evidence. What is actual proof that we can tangibly see or tangibly rationalize in our mind, that can dictate and fall in line with what we are seeing. And those are the criteria that I'm going to factor in order to determine whether something is true or not.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is you need to have all those things in place before you actually believe the truth.
Yeah, because that is going to be markers to
Right.
indicate whether something is truthful or not.
Okay. And so do you believe that there is a creator in any way?
Do I do I believe there's a creator anyway? What?
Yeah,
No.
like a creator. Like, do you believe that there's someone created all of this around us?
I have not been
Something.
given good I have not been given sufficient evidence for me to believe that there is a creator of any kind of sort.
Okay, so when you look at a building, you're pretty intelligent enough to know that there's an architect who actually designed that building, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Do you know why we believe that that was created?
Because there's a creator.
No, because we have evidence that people exist, right? And people engage in the behaviors that are used in creating such things. So we
Yes.
believe in the very creator that creates this. The problem is why this isn't analogous is that the thing that is a question is determining if God, which is your creator, even exists in the first place.
Okay, well let's go into it. Let's dissect it. So this architect, we can agree that he created the building, correct?
Given the evidence that we have, yeah.
Okay, so we can agree that there
And
has to
the
be
probability as well.
right. So we can agree that there has to be a creator in order to create things.
Sure.
Okay. So you were saying that, yeah, he's a person, he's created, blah, blah, blah. But who created that creator?
I mean, I don't think that everything needs to be created.
Well, there has to be a starting point of creation, else there's no creation.
Yeah, but what
Right? There's
argument
no
do you
building.
have? What argument do you have that that has to come from a creator?
Well, what argument that you don't have? It's the same as the architect.
Hmm. Do you know that sometimes atoms can split and multiply?
And who made atoms?
I mean, the substance in the world.
And who made the stuff that's in the world?
But the point is that what logic does that have that that comes from a
It
god?
has everything because it has to come back to a center point of a creator, an ultimate creator, created everything that allows us to create.
Yeah, but what makes you think that that's just one?
What makes you think it doesn't? It has to be an ultimate creator.
Why? Who says it only has to be one? And if you're gonna talk about the creator, who then made the creator?
It's the great I am that I am. It's always been, it
If you're
always
gonna
was.
argue the creative argument, then you have to make an argument for who even created the creator. Because at this point, everything has a start, so something must have created the creator in order to create everything else, which we
Right.
know is absurd.
And that's my point, is that you can go back so far that you will never fully logically understand the
Yeah, but you
creator
cannot
and the
make an
love.
argument that God even creates the world then.
Yeah, but you can't prove that he doesn't.
We have enough sufficient logic to provide that and
Enough
reasonable
is
argumentation to make
enough.
to make an argument that it's not logically possible for him to exist. And it doesn't make
Enough is not
sense. It's irrational.
enough is not proof. It's not the truth. You
Yeah,
can
but
have enough of something, doesn't
you're
mean
not
it's
ever
true.
gonna get 100% right in this world.
Well,
That's gonna
that's
be
the
it's
whole
physically
point.
impossible. Yeah, but we don't base our truth on 100%. We base on the more likely outcome, right? And the
Well,
more
that's my
likely
point.
outcome is that God doesn't exist.
That's
Therefore,
my point.
God doesn't exist.
That's
Yeah,
my
you
point.
don't
If
have
you
a
don't,
point though, right?
yes, I do. If you don't want to hear the truth, then you'll be searching for a lie and you'll never experience God's peace. That's what he wants for all of us.
Yeah, no, that's what you are presuming. That is what you are assuming.
No, that's the truth. And we can go in circles again, but
No,
there's no
that's your
point.
truth because that's how you've perceived the world and how you've perceived the information presented at you. But you're
There's
looking at it
not,
from you are only looking at it from a subjective perception. You do realize
there's,
that people have differing perceptions of
there's
reality.
not, there isn't your truth. There's the truth, the way, and the life.
There's
A
no
truth, a
objective. There is
way,
no
a
objective
love.
truth. Can you explain to me how we can prove objective truth when we look through a subjective lens always and cannot ever look through a lens that's objective?
Emily,
How
you're
can we
quite,
ever prove objective truth actually exists or an objective reality even exists in the first place?
Emily, you're quite intelligent, and I'd ask you, what is truth?
I've already explained to you what my criteria for truth is.
No, no, no. What is truth? Not your criteria. What is truth?
Something that we believe, something that is true, that's something that is evidence-based and factual.
But you said you can't prove anything 100%. So how do you believe something if you can't 100% prove it?
Yeah, I've already explained to you it's about the more likely.
That more likely is not truth. That's likely.
Yeah, that indicates truth.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, we have sufficient information, we have sufficient evidence, sufficient logic that we can pull together to give ourselves truth.
What is truth?
I've already explained that to you.
Then you've missed it.
I haven't missed it. How have I missed it?
Because truth cannot be fully understood.
I don't know why that's relevant. It can be understood.
Then you miss the truth.
What are you talking? How have I missed the truth?
Jesus Christ, the truth, the way, and the life.
Is that all you're gonna say? No argument? Just Jesus Christ, follow the way, preach, guys, follow the Holy Bible. Come on, give me a
Yeah,
break.
because it's something you don't want to hear, because the truth is hard to hear. I get it.
It's not that I don't want to hear, it's that I haven't been sufficient reason to believe, right?
Yeah,
And you haven't done a very good job at convincing me, I'm not gonna lie.
because you don't want to hear the truth. Well, I can
It's not
convince
that I
you
don't
all.
hear the truth. You haven't even given me any truth.
I've already told
Given me
you
one argument. That's good. That's sufficient for why your God exists.
because it's the truth, and
That
you
is
want.
not. You do realize that's a circular argument. You're saying God exists because He's the truth. Therefore, believe it because it's the truth. That's not an argument.
It's the truth, but it can be hard to hear.
It's not, again. It's not an argument. You haven't given me a good argument here.
You want a logical argument
I
for
do want a
something.
logical argument. I can give you logical arguments for why I believe that God doesn't exist.
Right. So at
But
what
you
point?
haven't given me one.
But at what point do you rest in God's peace?
Well, that implies that I need to believe in all these things that you are arguing. Is
There you go. You just said
presupposing
it.
belief.
That implies
No,
that you need to
all the
believe it. You
arguments.
just said it.
One second. All the arguments that you're presupposing. Yeah, I get it. I need to
You
believe in
just
God.
said it. You just said the
to talk
answer.
about.
You have to believe it in order to see it.
Yeah, but you do realize that the criteria that I need to believe is to have evidence and logic, which you have failed to provide me. So make me a believer. I'm waiting. Why should I believe?
Why should you believe?
Yeah.
Because God so loved the world that he gave his only Son, that whoever believeth in him shall not perish but have eternal life.
That's not giving me a reason why I should believe.
Then
That's
you
just
won't
preaching.
believe.
That's just preaching at this point. Why? What rationale? What reason is there?
That's my point. That's my
No,
point.
but you're arguing from the presupposition of God existing. So
No,
if there's
sharing-
a consensus, if there's a consensus that we believe that God exists, then your argument would uphold, and then you'd be like, why should I think that he's a good person? That argument would stand. But this is illogical because we don't even agree that he even exists. So I'm asking you for sufficient argumentation surrounding the exact existence around God. And you're not giving me a good argument that's in line with that.
Even if I say the truth, you won't hear it because you want to be right.
What is the truth?
The truth.
No, I get that, but what is the truth in this regard that you're referring to that I'm not able to hear?
I'll say it again.
Yeah, but
Jesus
that's
Christ,
not an
the
argument.
truth, the way, and the life.
That's not giving me a reason to believe him, my guy. That's just preaching at this point.
That's my point, is that someone can tell you the truth and you won't even believe it because you don't want to see it.
That's not, oh my God, dude. That's not an argument. What
I don't
are you
want an
not,
argument
what are you not
with
tracking?
you.
What are you not tracking?
Why do I want an argument with you if we come back to the same thing? What is truth?
I don't know why truth is important here. I've already very clearly outlined my criteria for what truth is.
Everything.
I very clearly outlined
Wait. That's your criteria. That doesn't
Okay,
mean it's true.
then what is your criteria for truth? I'm waiting. Are you there, JC?
God bless you. Jesus loves you.
No
You'll
response.
see it when you're ready.
No response to that question. Nothing.
Sending you so much love, and I'll pray for you.
Okay, we're just gonna preach right now. Do you have an actual answer for my question? What is your criteria for truth?
Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding.
Atheist, I think he's just gonna preach at this point. I don't even know.
Yeah, he's a coward. He's a coward who's too afraid to answer that he can't. Like, we all know the answer. Cause the Bible. That's it.
And you don't want to hear that.
Yeah, but you have no way of verifying whether or not the Bible is true.
You just don't want to hear the truth, brother.
All right, what is the truth and how do you verify it?
Jesus Christ.
All right, I get it. You've said that 4 times.
And the
How do
life.
you verify it?
The truth. Jesus Christ.
How?
The truth,
How?
the way, and the
You
life.
see, normally when someone states a fact, they're able to provide evidence for that fact. So,
See, God
how do you
doesn't-
provide the evidence for the fact that Jesus Christ is the truth or whatever? How do you provide it?
Brother, God doesn't want your logic. He wants your heart.
Okay, so you're a coward.
No, you just don't want to hear the truth.
Yeah, well, I've heard you say the truth 100 times. You've said it throughout this conversation, and yet you have yet to give us a justification for said truth. So try again.
God doesn't want your logic. He
Then
wants your
apparently
belief.
God doesn't want people questioning his bullshit, and I don't know why anybody would believe it if you're not delusional.
God
Because sorry,
wants your
everything you've said so far, every other religion also says. You've said nothing
Mm,
special.
can I
Nothing.
share a verse with you then?
I don't give a flying fuck what the Bible says. Prove the Bible is accurate.
It, that's what I mean, bro. You won't hear the truth because
If I, dude,
You're
you
not
need to
giving.
understand something. You need to understand something. Every time you make a claim saying the Bible is true because the Bible is true, a Muslim can come up here and say the Quran is true because the Quran is true.
Let me
Me,
ask you a question.
no. How do I, from the outside looking in, determine which of you is actually telling the truth?
Which one brings you peace?
Oh, really? So if atheism brings me peace, that's the truth.
Well, if you're trying to understand the truth, is that giving you peace?
Yeah, so it gave me peace. I found my truth. Your God isn't real. So I'm correct and you're wrong.
Is that the truth or is that your truth?
No, that's the truth. That's 100% truth. Verified.
Yeah.
Using your own logic against you. 100% verified.
I guess if that's what you choose to believe, but it's not the truth,
All
my
right, then
friend.
there is no such thing as truth then. If
Well,
truth
there
is
is.
relative to the person believing it, there's no such thing as truth.
Jesus Christ, the truth, the way, and the life.
Jesus fucking Christ.
So let me ask you a question, brother. There's a verse, and I'm curious to hear
Why
your
would I
perspective.
give a shit what the Bible says? You've done nothing to verify it. Why are you using the Bible?
Because it's the true living word of God, man.
You
But
keep
it can be
saying
hard.
that.
It can be hard for you to
Saying
hear.
that.
I get it.
You keep saying that, and yet you've done nothing to actually verify it.
Wait, hold on, Dr. Patrick. I don't know if
I've
people are meaning to
told
be
you already,
gifting
man, but you
JC, but
just don't
that's
want
where
to
it's
hear
headed.
it. So there's a verse. Would you like to hear the truth or no?
If you can verify that it actually is the truth, then sure. If you're just going to state a verse in the Bible and then claim it's truth, then no.
So the verse says, and to know the love of God that surpasses, this is very important, surpasses all knowledge, so that you may be filled with the full measure of God's love.
Really? Cool. How do you verify it?
You just answered it. You want knowledge and try to understand it. You're not listening to the verse.
You didn't hear what I said like 3 seconds ago.
I did
I
hear what you
don't
said.
care what the Bible says until you can verify that the Bible actually holds a truth claim. Do you not
I just told
understand
you
that?
it, brother. I just told you it.
Artemis, do you want to go?
I mean, my contention is like, why is his God the one God, the true God? Like,
That's
I'm
what I
just
said. I tried bringing that up.
no, I know. I've been here. I've been here.
That's a great question.
And you've
So
done
let me
nothing to
ask you.
verify it.
Before you came up, there was silence, right?
No,
Wait,
that
what?
was you
There
yapping.
wasn't. There wasn't
So
silence.
wait. So like before you spoke, it was silent, right?
No.
Well, yes, it was.
Wait,
because
do you
she
mean
didn't
like
speak.
wait, hold on. Do you mean like silent where I'm like located because it's not quiet here?
No. Like before you spoke, there was silence. Before any words came out of your mouth. Correct?
So there was background noise.
I'm sorry. I was gonna be pedantic, but I'll just give it to you. Sure, I was silent. So go ahead. Yes, I was silent before I spoke.
Okay. So if God is peace and that peace is getting disrupted by your need to understand the peace that transcends all understanding,
Wait,
where does that leave you?
I'm not an atheist. I came up here to like ponder on how we know your God is the actual like true God. I believe in like a higher power. I'm just wondering why yours is the one and not others.
Because it brings him peace.
Well,
No,
hold on. That,
because
that
it's
only
the
works against an
truth.
atheist. I'm curious.
Yeah, it's because it's the truth.
But how is but like I have my truth that I've gotten from my beliefs and my faith. So why is yours the one why should I drop my faith and follow yours?
Because Jesus Christ is the one who disrupts his peace in order to bring truth.
Wait, whose peace is Jesus Christ disrupting?
So when we are followers of Christ, we can keep our peace all day long,
Okay.
but love rejoices with the truth. So it disrupts its peace in order to share the truth with other people so that they can also have the truth. Else we'd just keep our peace. There's no
Well,
reason
actually,
for me to be here.
I would say when I've spoken to Buddhists, they have a center of peace that I've never been able to ever see anyone have except those under that faith base. So like you're saying that only like Christians are able to keep their peace all the time. I don't know how to tell you this, but many Christians don't keep their peace.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm
Okay.
saying that Buddhism is about keeping the peace. Jesus is about disrupting the peace.
Okay, so Jesus doesn't want to keep peace then.
No, he says, don't assume I have come to the world to keep peace. I haven't come to bring peace. I've come with a sword. He's come to cut all of the lies away and bring the true kingdom of God to every
So
single
Jesus Christ
person.
is violent, is what you're telling me.
No, Jesus Christ is righteous and is a
Wait, so
heart of a
you say
lion.
wait, do you think a righteous individual cannot be violent?
Jesus Christ never preached violence.
Wait, hold on a second. He literally went into a temple and flipped a table and whipped a bunch of people for collecting tax money. He literally exerted violence on other people.
Do you know why he did that?
Wait, you just said wait, hold on. You can't just say there's not an excuse for it. That's violence.
Yo,
Whether
thank you, Palestine, for extending your
justified or
subscription.
not.
No, that's not violence. And do you know what he did? He flipped the
Wait,
table.
that's literally violence.
No, that's righteous
Do
anger.
we need to look up the
Wait,
definition?
anger
of
can be violence. Like this is ridiculous. Like I don't
No,
like
no,
if
no, no,
I
no.
went into a temple
Hold on.
and
You need to
flipped
be
a table, that's
You
violence.
I think you need to be corrected on that one. Anger can be violent if you act on the sin of anger. Righteous anger is absolutely no problem. That's actually very healthy.
Wait,
That makes no sense.
what's an example of righteous anger?
Righteous anger would be like, say, a bunch of LGBTQ community trying to indoctrinate kids into a gender that they're not actually being.
Oh, I see.
And a father standing
Oh.
up
So you
to
can't
them.
answer it.
Wait,
So
hold
now
on.
you're gonna
One
invoke the
second. Let me
LGBTQ
answer
community.
a question here because this is a good point. So, what is your criteria for like a man?
For what?
What's your criteria for a man?
For a man?
Hmm.
A penis?
Oh,
That's-
okay.
Is that how
Okay,
society?
wait, 1 second. Is your God a he?
Yeah, his
Where
father.
is his penis?
Probably big, but you wouldn't believe it.
I'm so sorry. That is like disgusting for a Christian to say. Where is your modesty?
I mean,
whatever you want to try to twist around on.
Do
Not
people
twisting it.
interact with you
Why
in
would a Christian
society
make that
based?
sort of joke?
I know my God. I know the love of God. So whatever
So
you
you're
want
going to be
twist and turn.
disgusting up here and force your God's like genitalia in our faces? Like that seems really disgusting.
You do understand
Sure,
you're doing the
whatever you choose
opposite
to
of
believe.
what you should be doing, right?
I see what y'all are doing, and
I'm not doing
profiting
anything. I'm
off of
trying
your
to
God right
understand
now.
your logic.
yeah, and
No,
also to point out, you are happily calling God he, the Father, giving in the male pronouns, all of that, but yet you don't. It doesn't meet the criteria that you would specifically have to view as a man. So this is inconsistent in your view, right? This
God
means
is-
that to
God
be a
is
man, you don't
the
necessarily
Father.
need to have biology
God
assigned
is
to
the
that of a male.
Father.
Can I ask something?
Yes.
Does
Where's the
God
male
need a penis?
biology?
Does God need a penis to be a man? If he's all powerful, all knowing.
I don't know. You should Google that.
Wait, I really would like to go back to his claim if that's okay, because I find it to be perplexing. So what is the criteria for being a man in the Bible?
Being a man in the Bible?
Yeah, biblically, what is a man?
Well, read Adam and Eve.
I have. Have you read Matthew 19?
Adam and Eve. He talks about creating man and woman in his image.
I understand. He didn't list specifically what made one a man and one a woman in that literature.
Well,
He
I'm pretty
just
sure when I
said
look down in my in down
His
down
phone.
under,
that's not
I
biblical
have a
though. That's
penis,
not
and that
Hold
makes
that's
me a
on,
not
man.
biblical.
I gotta ask this. JC, have you read the entire Bible?
Yes, I have, brother.
Okay, what are the 4 Gospels?
I see what you're doing, man, and it's
Oh,
gonna
can you
keep you
not
from seeing
answer
the
the simple
truth.
question?
It's gonna keep you from seeing the
Can you
truth. You
not
can go in
answer the simple
circles
question?
all you
Can you not
want.
answer the simple question?
You can go in circles all you want. I know
I'm not
what you're
asking a
doing,
circle, I'm
brother.
asking a direct question. What are the 4 Gospels?
I can see your heart, man. I'm not stupid.
Yeah, good shit. He doesn't know what it is. So you're a liar, too.
There you go. Now we
Hey,
know the
Emily,
truth comes
can I ask you a
out.
question real quick?
Yeah, the truth. You're a
Yeah.
liar.
1 second. Wait, Dr. Patrick, what's up?
Yeah, so earlier when you were talking about free will, is God not powerful enough to figure out how to eliminate suffering without ruining our free will if he's all
Yeah, that
powerful?
was my argument. That was my argument, Tim, and you didn't even answer. I said,
Otherwise, he's not all
how are
powerful.
you so sure that by removing suffering and harm, that's going to take away free will? What certainty do you have that that's going to happen?
Hey, Dr. Patrick, do you ever go to the gym?
Can you answer a question without
I,
asking another
I
question?
am answering your question.
No, you're not
I'm
going to ask me a
sharing
question to
something with
answer my
you.
question.
Well, then your question doesn't matter because I'm trying
It
to answer
does,
your
because
question.
is he all powerful or not?
Emily, do me a favor. Can you
That's,
turn the comments off for a second?
Oh, you don't want
that's
him
what
to
I'm
get
asking you.
answers.
I don't want him to get the answers.
Right. So if God is all powerful, he should most
So can
certainly
one of my
be able to
mods turn
be
the comments off, please?
intelligent enough to eliminate suffering without ruining our free will. Otherwise, he's not all
Dr.
powerful
Patrick,
because he can't come up with a solution that would satisfy that.
Dr. Patrick, do you go to the gym?
Yeah, it's where I met your mother.
Good show.
Do you
I
go
mean,
to the gym?
as much as I love talking about the gem, I'd love to talk about more where free will is in the Bible.
Well, that's my point. I'm
Artemis, he
linking it
hasn't
back to
read the
suffering.
Bible. He hasn't read it.
I mean, he's just being like difficult. Like I don't
No, he
care.
hasn't
Like,
read the Bible.
Yeah, he's
I'm granting that he has. I'd like to speak like specifically if he knows where these passages are.
Yeah,
Is it a
like,
sin to profit off of preaching God's word?
so what verse are you curious
If you're
about?
not gonna answer, you can
Artemis?
put the comments back on. In
I
fact, I
don't
might
know.
put it on
Is that how you
sub
say
only
your name?
chat.
Yeah, he won't
Artemis?
answer my question.
No, I know, but like that's why I'm like engaging in biblical talk. So like, where is free will stated in the Bible?
In Adam and Eve.
Where
Oh, thank you for the
Where?
subscription.
in
Appreciate
Adam
it.
and Eve?
Adam
Can
and
someone
Eve
turn the comments back
are
on?
naked and unashamed in the
Thank
garden.
you.
They have nothing to hide. Everything is provided for. They're in the Garden of Paradise, which
Okay.
means literally the Garden of Eden means the Garden of Paradise in Hebrew.
Hey, someone sent a galaxy.
So
Oh, did someone
they're
send
in
a
the
galaxy?
garden,
Did they really?
Yep.
Wait,
and
was that to
God
me?
says,
Yes, it was to you.
Oh, this means you've been voted off the island. I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry.
Okay.
Also, free will is not covered in the Genesis story. So good luck, buddy.
If you're
Sorry,
gonna come up
I
here
was
and
trying
try
to
to
do
prove,
this on the sub only chat for a second. Hold on, guys. We need to get these likes up. So I'm gonna go on sub only chat. Till we get to 20k likes, and then I'll bring it back. So everybody get the likes up if you want it. If you want to be able to comment again, or you can subscribe. It's up to you. But yeah, that's crazy.
yeah, if
What's
you're
it
gonna come
called
up here
when-
and try to preach the Bible, and the atheist knows more than you fucked up.
Yeah. Anyway, I do appreciate you all for coming up for helping with that, but I'm gonna go back to doing 1v1s for a little bit.
That's cool.
But later on, I'm gonna be on here for a while because I've finished my schooling now, so I have a lot of
Awesome.
free time and a lot of time to advocate. So I might bring up guests to co-host with me later on. So if you want to get
Okay.
involved with that, come back later.
Thank you for having me.
All right,
Alright,
thank you so much. I
can't wait
appreciate
for
your
Tuesday.
input. Have a good one, guys. All right, let's bring up the next guest. Hold on,
Sorry.
No, it's all right. No, gotcha. All right, let's bring up the next person. Addison, here we go. Make sure you get the likes up if you want to comment again. Get to 20k, and I'll put the take sub off. I don't know if this person is loading. Person is not loading. Sending a guest request back. Let's try Shadow Hunter. How old are you?
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How old are you?
I'm 45.
45. Okay, so do you have an issue with the LGBTQIA plus community?
I do.
Okay, what is it?
That it's evil.
How is it evil?
Oh, well, let's look at the dictionary description for evil.
I know
You
what
know
the
what?
definition is, but what are you by any
All right.
chance
Can you
Christian?
can you tell me what it
Are you
is?
a Christian? One second,
Well,
one
we're
second.
gonna.
Are you a Christian by any chance?
Why you want to start with attacking me with my belief? Going out of a dictionary right now.
I'm asking a question to get a basis of why you believe this very strong opinion. So, are you a Christian?
Well, I would like to tell you why I believe it without referring to anything in the Bible. Right?
But you are a Christian.
I believe there's a God.
A Christian God?
I believe Christ is his son.
So you are a Christian.
I believe in the Bible. Yeah, I believe the Bible's right.
Okay,
But that
what
has
makes you
nothing to do
believe
with
that
what
your
the
Bible is
dictionary
correct?
says evil is, right? So
Okay,
we're
what
getting off
reason?
topic.
What reason do you have
You
that your
asked me a
Bible is
question
correct?
why I had a problem with the LGBTQ.
I don't need you to define me what evil is. I get it. Okay. My
Okay, but
question
evil
now
is that
is what reason
which
do you
exists
have?
inside and
One
outside of
second.
a person,
One
right? It's a
second.
force that
Okay,
exists
I don't need you to
inside and
define
without.
evil to me, dude. I don't need you to define. I understand what that means. So
Okay, but
I'm
I'm trying
asking
to
you.
explain why I have a problem with them by starting off there, right? So if I could
But
just
I understand.
talk
I
for.
know why you have this because your religion dictates it. Correct?
No, it's not that. I'm trying to explain why. So evil, it according to psychology, not the Bible, is a force that exists outside of a person and inside of a person. So it exists on its own. All right, according to psychology. All right, and that's a dictionary description of the word evil. All right, so evil is an exact opposition of life. It's live spelled backwards. All right, so if what you're doing is bringing you to a death, right? Then
What,
you,
dude?
yeah, if your
What?
choice is to be in the LGBTQ are killing you. Now, this death does not
Can we
have to
say
be,
unalive? Can we say unalive, please?
this death does not have to be in the body, but it can be inside you. Like it can be the death of your soul. So a lot of people go through this
Yeah,
death of the
prove
soul.
that. Prove that. How does it cause the unaliving of your soul?
Like just like the laws on abortion and stuff, right? Like the woman suffers great dearly after she does it. Like you want to say that the laws of abortion are okay, but it causes a person to go
What
through a
about the
death.
suffering? What about the suffering within women who are actually forced to carry that and they're not ready or not prepared and they don't want? What about the suffering of the woman then?
Well, I can speak for the 1% if you like.
No, I don't need you to speak for the 1%.
Well, I was born out of rape myself.
You want to talk about harm and you want to talk
Yeah.
about women's suffering. Where's the concern for the suffering within
Okay.
women
Can I?
who have to be forced to carry a child they don't want?
Okay. So I'm one of the 1%. Okay. I was actually born out of date rape myself.
Can we say grape? Can we say grape?
Okay, but that's how I grape. Yeah,
Thank you
I
so
was.
much for the subscription, Kelson. Appreciate it.
So I am actually one of the 1%. All right. So me and my mom, she could have aborted me, right, and lived with the pain of being raped and now aborting a
Graped.
child.
Can we say graped? Can we
Well,
say graped, please?
graped, yeah, graped. She could have been, So and aborting me, and or keep me alive, and have me repair the damage that was done by the pain. Right? Have me fix her heart. Have me be somebody that she's proud of. Somebody who loves her back. So she could have went the other way. So being a person that was actually born out of that, I do have the right to speak on that. Right? So if you're asking somebody who is going to just go and commit abortion for no reason, these people have to live with their choices, and it
You
causes a
do
great deal
realize?
of
I
pain.
mean, listen.
It causes a great deal of pain.
Listen one second. Okay. I'm very sorry that about what happened with your mother. However, you do have to acknowledge that this is anecdotal evidence, right? Your case does not extend to the majority, right? So like yes, you can have an opinion, you can talk on it, a lot of people can speak on it, but that doesn't represent the millions of women out there that have just as much trauma from the same circumstances and then are being forced to carry that child. Some people may want to go forward with that and it may turn out to be a positive outcome, but then that would be down to their choice, right?
So to me, with everything being basis on evil and going through deaths that don't have to be in the body, right? Which is under studying psychology. That's what they tell you, right? So that people go through these deaths. Well, then you guys are proving my point by being against God in every way all the time, right? You guys have
How
gone
is
through a
that proving your
spiritual
point?
death. You're
How is it a
spiritually
spiritual
dead.
unaliving?
Hmm?
How?
You have your choices have led you to become spiritually dead, right?
Unaliving. Can we say
So,
unaliving, please?
oh,
And
sorry,
how?
unaliving.
How?
Because it goes against life, the very thing that evil does as well, right? There's no procreation,
How
there's
is
no life
being in the
coming from your choices. The
how
only
do
thing that
LGBTQIA people go against life?
they go against life by not being people that are on the side of procreation.
Right. Do you think that everyone should procreate?
I think that procreating is a personal choice if you want to,
Oh, so
right?
you recognize that that's a choice. So then why would you condemn those that didn't want to procreate?
I'm not condemning anybody. I never said I condemned
But you're
anybody. I'm
saying, but
saying
you're
that
no,
they
you're
live with.
literally
I'm saying
saying,
that they
no,
live
you
with
are
a
quite,
pain.
one second. You are quite literally saying that those that don't engage in the procreation of life is just evil, and it's going to result in the unaliving. Like that's exactly you
Unaliving
condemning
of
them.
your soul.
Yeah, that's you condemning them for the choices
No,
that they make.
that's what happens. That's why none of you guys that are
All right,
LGBTQ are also believers, right? It
that
actually
you do
answers your
realize
question.
there are many people within the community that do follow a faith. That's an absurd claim to make. And
No, I've never met. That's why
also,
every time you
if
come
that's the
on here,
case,
you
what
never
about the
get one that
people that
is.
don't engage? What about the people that don't engage in procreation? Do they also have an unaliving of their soul as well? That choose not to do it, but are not in the community?
Their practices don't go against procreation.
How does the what do you mean? What is the
Like
practices?
whatever they're doing is not a direct attack against procreation, like a direct.
How is it not? They're abstaining from engaging in acts that would lead to conception. How is that not going against procreation? What about people that are on contraceptives?
So, are your choices bringing you closer to God or not?
Do you think that everybody needs to be close with God in order to have value in life?
No, not at all.
So
Everybody
then
has value.
why would you ask me that question?
Because I'm asking if are you spiritually alive still, right? Or
What does that even
do you have a
mean?
belief that you have a spirit? Never mind a God. Do you believe you have a spirit?
Do I believe I have a spirit? I mean, I don't know. This is talking about philosophy and religion, and I don't know. I haven't got an argument or a stance on if I believe in spirits or not. I think some people might do, but again, I don't know. I don't know what we're bringing up here or how this is even relevant.
Well, because if you have a spirit, then your spirit is going to be wanting what's good in life, right? And your body's going to be wanting something that's quite different usually in most
Yeah, but
cases.
you haven't given me sufficient evidence as to how being in the community is going against the purity of the spirit or like
Well, it's
causing unrest.
causing you just like somebody who commits abortion to become spiritually dead, right?
Unloving, yeah, but how? I mean, you do realize those two are not even analogous,
Because none of
but
you
they don't even
agree that
apply.
you guys are all fighting against the belief in God. So obviously, then if you're fighting in a belief again in God, that you are spiritually dead, right?
Yeah, but what? How is fighting against God leading to spiritual unaliving? Can we please say unaliving?
Okay, unaliving. Sorry. Yeah,
Yeah,
but
explain to me. Make that
what
make
it
sense.
is your spirit is not given its voice anymore, right? So usually what
How?
happens in these
How? How?
cases, well,
How?
according to what happens is a person will go through either suffering or abuse usually, and then they get to a point where their old consciousness will die. Okay, this is usually
Yeah,
sometimes for
where are you
most
getting
people.
this? Where is you getting this from?
This is from studying psychology. This is Carl Jung. This is Scott Peck. These are people that
Okay,
are
name a source. Name a source.
prominent in the psychology.
Name
Right?
a source.
Scott Peck, Carl Jung. I just named two.
Yeah, you've given me names of psychologists, but you haven't given me an actual source.
Okay, all right. Well, I did give you the names to go study where I'm getting my stuff from, right? What I'm speaking to you
Yeah,
about. So
you've given me the
they're
psychologist, but I need the
prominent,
actual
they're
source.
prominent psychologists. So,
Yeah,
I
no, I
mean,
get
this is,
that. I get that, but I need you to. Do you know what providing a source is?
I did. I provided you with two. Like,
No, you provided me with the name of a psychologist. It's not giving me a source. A source is
oh,
going to require a title.
the people of the lie,
What?
the people of the lie.
The people of the lie. That's the title of the source?
Yeah, yeah. That's the title of the source.
The people of the lie. And who is it by?
Scott Peck.
Scott Peck.
Peck. Yeah.
So it's a book.
Yeah. So it's prominent in psychology. And so here's the thing about it, okay? These people, they go through a death of their original consciousness, and something else that's very defensive takes over. Okay, they become like friends with it. It lives inside of them. It's their soul, right? After they go, that's what happens when their soul dies. It becomes like black, right?
Mhm.
So now that
Wait,
they have this soul,
one
they're
second,
very
shout
they
out.
attack.
Katie,
They
one
always
second,
attack
one second,
against.
shout out. 1 second. Katie, have you read that book?
No, I haven't, but I know that a book by a psychologist is not necessarily a psychological study. That
The,
book might contain other sources, but lots of psychologists are also interested in philosophy. And the soul
okay,
is not a
but
psychological concept.
well, they teach it in school, so it's actually something
So
that
you
they hold
studied
in high
psychology in
regard.
school.
All
You
right?
studied
Yeah,
psychology in school.
yeah.
Then why do you not know how to cite a source?
I did. I just gave you a source.
How do you cite a source when you're writing a psychological paper?
I'm not writing a psychological paper. I just study it.
How do you cite a source when you're answering question when you study psychology and you have to answer a question, like you're given some kind of heading, you have to make an argument for something. How do you cite
Yeah, I'm saying that it's
how do
evil
you cite a
because evil
source?
is in
I'm
opposition of
asking you a
life, and
question,
same with
sir. Please answer. I'm
homosexuality and
asking
being
you a question, sir.
LGBT.
I'm asking you a
I
question, sir.
answered
Please
it.
answer it.
I did
How?
answer it when I
No,
started.
you did. No, you did not. Can you please try listening? You didn't answer it 'cause you didn't even hear it, actually. Right. So, also, Fox, I'm getting my psychology degree right
Oh
now,
no,
actually. So
that's
we're fine.
okay. That's
So,
okay.
hi. How do you cite a source?
Well, I just give you it, right?
No.
Well, what didn't I give you?
The name
By
of the
studying
source, right? So,
psychology.
when you cite a source, you give the name of the author. You
Yeah.
give the name of you give the title of the journal, usually. Not it, you could give a textbook, but just a book by a psychologist isn't necessarily a source unless within that book there are also other references. Yeah, and you also give the year.
Okay.
Can I just before you do, can I just ask a question? Do you believe in aliens?
Yeah, I do.
Do you believe that they're angels?
Yeah, I do.
What evidence do you have that aliens are angels?
The Bible
Where in the
and the
Bible does it
fact.
say that aliens are angels? Can you point to a verse that says that?
Genesis 18, and actually Genesis 6 as well.
Genesis 18, did you say?
Yeah,
Talking about the three visitors. Where in this does it say that aliens are angels?
it says that they eat.
That they eat, that's it? That's your evidence? That's your proof that that's
That's part
aliens?
of it. That's part of my evidence.
Sorry, I eat.
That
Am I
the fact
hungry?
that they eat
They,
means that they're aliens and that they're angels.
well, no, it means that they're a living being. They eat. Why would you need to eat if
That's
you're
not
just
what
a
we asked
spirit?
you. That's not what Emily asked you for.
I'm answering the question. Come on,
That's not
please.
what Emily asked you to answer.
I did. I'm giving you
No,
references out of the Bible.
evidence that
You guys
angels are
you guys want
living
to argue the
beings.
Bible? Let's go ahead. Right.
Yeah,
So I'm giving you a
point to
reference that
me.
says
Say the
Abraham made a
exact
big
verse.
feast.
Bro, you have to stop talking so that other people can say things.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, point to the exact place within the verse that you provided where it says that aliens are angels. Go ahead.
Okay, but what you're doing is you're acting like they knew that they were from another planet back when they were being visited, right?
So you don't have a place in the verse that you can
It
point to?
doesn't say that but what it does say
So
in
it doesn't
Genesis
say it. So
6,
how
what
did
it,
you draw the conclusion then?
in Genesis 6, right?
Also, we're going to 6
The
now.
sons
We're
of
going to 6
God mated with the daughters of man, saw that they were beautiful, and took on as many wives as they wanted, and they created these giants. Why would you mate? How could you mate if you're not a living being?
We didn't ask
Right?
if they were living beings.
They
Yeah, we
are living.
didn't ask if they were
That's
living
not what we
beings. We
asked.
asked if they were aliens. Do you know
Yeah,
what
so
aliens are?
obviously, and
Do
the
you know what
Bible, if you
aliens
look at
are?
the Bible index, there's actually 3 heavens in the Bible that's mentioned.
Wait, hold on,
Everything that's
hold
under
on.
the firmament.
Shadow. 1 second,
Okay,
1 second.
okay.
What are aliens?
Aliens are just beings that are created the same way we are created on another planet. And the
Are
difference between,
aliens humans?
no, but they are like
Okay, so
humanoid.
when you are
They're
talking
humanoid.
about things that
Oh,
are
wait,
relating to
hold on, sorry.
humans,
Emily, even in the Bible, angels are not humanoid.
Yeah, they are. They
No, they're
visited
not.
Abraham in a body. Yeah.
In a physical body does not mean humanoid. Dogs are in a physical
Yeah.
body. Are they humanoid?
Well, they said
The
men,
biblical
right?
the biblical descriptions of angels specifies that they have lots of eyes a lot of the time.
No, that
They
was in
also
the
have
description of what Ezekiel seen, and that was a wheel within a wheel that had eyes all the way around it. I believe
yo, thank you for
he
the
was
galaxy. I'm
he
sorry,
was
oh my
but
god, that's
describing he
you've
was
been voted
describing a
off
UFO.
you've been voted off
what
the
he
island.
was describing a UFO, sir.
I'm sorry, but the public spoke that you've been voted off the island. I'm sorry. Like I just
Oh my goodness.
aliens or angels, guys. It's a new one, man. I don't think that I've ever heard that one before. Oh, it's incredible, man. Anyway, thank you so much for coming up, Katie. I appreciate it.
I wanted to talk to him about psychology, but I guess that wasn't gonna happen.
Well, I think that I don't think he really knew what he was quoting, to be honest. Like
No.
his arguments seem to be all over.
The guy was a
the place.
psychiatrist, but like also if I pull out a book by Freud, does that mean that that's valid in psychology?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
No, because Freud's theories are largely just you know, drug drivel.
Yeah.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you, Katie. Appreciate it. All right, let's see. Who do we have next? This chat is fucking wild, man. Guys
Hello.
are. How old are you?
18.
Birth year?
2006, January 27th.
Okay. So do you have an issue with the LGBTQIA plus community?
Yes. Why?
What is
Why
it?
are you gay?
Because that's what we were born as.
No, because you weren't just born at like 2 seconds old and you were like, you know what? I want to date the same gender, because it's not true.
Were you born thinking that you wanted to date the opposite gender?
No.
Yeah, because no one's thinking that when they're born, right? But it is
Yeah, but
part of
you
who they
just said
are.
that.
Yeah. So do you think that you were born to be straight? Why are
Yeah.
you straight?
I'm straight because being gay is not real. It shouldn't be real, and it's wrong.
Why shouldn't it be real?
Because there's just 2 genders, and I think it should just be 1 woman and 1 man.
Why?
Because it's just, well, why do you think you should be able to be gay?
Because I see no wrong with it. At the end of the day, love is love. Why does it matter who you choose to love? Not who you choose to love, but who you love, who you are attracted to. Why does it matter?
I think it just sounds and feels wrong, because it's just 2 genders. It's 1 man, 1
Why
woman.
does it sound wrong?
It just is wrong, because look, why should you be with the same gender?
What part of loving another human being is wrong in your eyes?
Not another human being that's the same gender as you.
Still a human being. What aspect of that rubs you the wrong way?
It's just disgusting,
Why?
because I don't know how to explain it. It just is.
It just is. You don't have an argument for why it is.
Yeah, but neither do you. You're just saying your opinions. You don't have any proof.
Yeah, but
either.
I'm not making a claim that it is disgusting. I don't think it's disgusting. That's
Yeah,
not
but
what I'm here for.
you're saying it's not, and I'm saying it is.
Yeah, it's not, because I believe that love is a beautiful thing, no matter who you direct that as.
And I think
That's
love
my
is
argument. That is my argument for why I don't consider it to be disgusting.
And
It's
I
because I
think love is
believe love
only,
is to be beautiful.
and I think love is only beautiful if it's one man and one woman.
Yeah, but why? What is this distinction here?
I really don't know how to explain it, because you can't explain yours either. You just think
I literally just explained it to you. What part of me
and I
explaining it
just
to you
said the
just now
same
did you
thing,
not
but the
understand?
opposite.
What was confusing to you in my
I just said the opposite of
description?
what you. I just said the opposite of what you said, and you're saying it's not an answer.
No, you just said it's disgusting, and that you didn't elaborate on it. I elaborated it on by giving the reason of beauty, by thinking that love is beautiful and it's universal, and it doesn't have to be subjected to any constraints or categories or binary systems. Like, but you've said, oh, I don't, it's beautiful, but only when it's with a man and a woman, but not when it's with two genders. But you haven't given me a reason why it is beautiful with a man and a woman, but not with two men or two women. What is the symmetry breaker here?
I don't know. I'm just trolling. Can't lie.
You're just a troll. Oh my god.
Yeah.
All right then. Okay, like, you know what? You know what, guys? You know what? Like, just be for real.
Hello,
How old are you?
20.
Okay. Do you have an issue with the LGBTQIA community?
In some regards, I'm becoming more open.
Okay,
I've-
so in what regards do you have an issue?
I have no problem with gay. I have no problem with bi. I have no problem with intersex. But the thing that I have a problem with,
Is trans people, I'm assuming?
yes.
Yeah. Okay. What is your issue?
Why do they get to choose? Why do people outside of intersex get to choose?
For starters, who is choosing what?
Gender.
Yeah.
And I'm talking in a
what makes
binary
you,
system.
yeah, where are you getting this idea that people are choosing their gender?
Well, intersex people can choose their gender.
Typically they go off what they are, what their
Well,
innate
yeah.
sense of self is, and they go along with it. It's not, I don't know where this idea of choice comes into play. But again, we're talking about trans people here, I think. So where are you getting this idea that trans people are choosing their gender?
If you were born male with everything right, like your biological body is correct for a male, they shouldn't have the right that intersex people do.
Why shouldn't they have the right? You still haven't given me an argument for this being a choice.
So the justification for the gender system that isn't binary is that intersex people exist, correct?
I don't know why you keep pivoting from the question I'm asking you. Can you give me a direct answer to the question that I've asked regarding trans people's identities being a choice? I don't know why you keep pivoting from that.
I mean, okay, whatever. Bye.
You don't have an answer?
I don't think that people other than intersex people get to choose their gender.
Yeah, but yeah, you are making a claim that it's a choice, that they're choosing their gender. And I'm
Yeah, and I'm trying
asking
to explain
you,
that claim,
yeah, and I'm
and you're
asking you to
going,
prove that and back that
"Oh,
up, but you're not giving me
why
an
don't you just
argument.
give me a straight answer?" Well, I'm giving you an answer. You're
That's
not
not an answer.
listening.
You're not
You're
giving me an
interrupting
argument.
me in the middle of the fucking shit.
Because it's not answering my question.
It will answer your question if you wait for 1 second.
You're going in a very outward angle here.
I'm not going in a very outward direction.
Yeah, you're talking about intersex people here, which is
Okay,
not
yeah.
relevant to the answer that I'm looking for
Well,
in
that they
regards to
use
why you
intersex
think
people
that
as the
transgender identities
justification.
are a choice. What is there to state that it's choice?
They
Who is
use
choosing their gender?
they use intersex people as a justification for them being able to choose their gender.
Yeah, that's not giving me an answer for why you think it's even choice based.
I'm saying that it's flawed logic.
Yeah, that's still not answering my question. Do you know what I'm asking you?
I guess not.
You are making a claim that transgender identities are choice ridden, meaning that people choose their gender. And I'm asking you for why you believe that, and you keep pivoting to like talking about their validity. We're not talking about the validity of transgender people. We're talking about the choice-based argument relating to them. It's very different.
So the choice to be trans is purely based off of emotion, correct?
No, oh my god. I am not arguing that. You are arguing that. I don't think it's a choice at all. That's what you were born with, right? You were born with the gender that you are, and sometimes it's in line with your science at birth. Sometimes it's not, okay? But your gender is not a choice. It is who you are. That is my claim. You are claiming that it is a choice, and I would like to know why you have come to that conclusion.
Because I believe in the binary system. I believe in two genders.
Again, I don't know how believing in a binary system makes it that it's choice based. Like what? How does that answer my question?
Biologically, there are two schmexes.
This still
And
is not answering my question.
gender is based on sex.
Yeah, but they're not the same.
How are they not?
Yeah, because sex is going to be based on biological factors, gender is going to be based on social and cultural factors. Two very different.
Can you please pull up like a definition that says that?
Definition? What definition would you like?
Webster Dictionary.
Yeah, of which term?
All right, I'll go ahead and look it up. Gender from the Oxford Dictionary. The male sex or female sex, especially when considered with reference. Okay. So they changed the definition.
That's always been the definition, my guy. It's from Oxford Language. This is a very old dictionary with all terms.
Oh, it's Oxford Languages.
What?
It's so you're laughing at the fact that I'm looking at sources in a
No,
debate?
I'm just not sure where you're going with this. I mean, you seem to be in agreement that the gender is referring to like social and cultural aspects. Okay, so this states that gender and sex are not the same. They're correlated, but they're not the same. So again,
sex is based off biology and Gender is based off of what you feel in your mind, right?
No, social and cultural factors, aspects that can
So
speak to it. It
then
is also
how
a gender.
everybody else
It's also
affects you.
a psychosocial. It's also a psychosocial schema, right? Based on our perceptions.
Hey, how is everyone?
All right.
I'm gonna do a quick thing. I'm in my 50s. I've been on testosterone for over 30 years. I've lived for longer as a man than I have interacting with the world as a woman. However, I am still biologically female. Hence, sex and gender being separated.
So gender is how the world affects you and how you perceive the world, right? That's basically what
Gender is how
cultural
the
and
world
social.
perceives me. So if I'm walking down the street, 98% of the population, and I'll say 98, refer to me as a man. He, him. Yeah? However, biologically, female. Born little baby girl. Gender. Sex. Sex, female. Gender, male. Sorry, man, I literally just woke up. So I do apologize for.
I can't imagine you being born any way than how you look. I just imagine you came out with glasses.
I was a funny looking kid. I'm a funny looking man, but
So were you born with male traits?
nope. Born with a
No male
born with a
traits at all.
vagine. Looked like a little funny looking baby girl. Funny looking baby girl. I was a terrible, terrible woman. Really bad.
See, that adds up in my head.
Go on.
Like, something about you adds up.
As a man,
And I don't want to bring religion into this, but something adds up. Yeah,
Wait, are you a Christian?
not necessarily.
What do you mean by not necessarily? Do you believe in a Christian God?
Yes.
Okay. Do you follow the Bible? The Christian Bible?
I think it's a bunch of metaphors, and I think it has been construed and twisted in many different ways over many different generations.
Oh, okay. So you don't think that being gay is a sin then?
No,
Okay.
it's 100% natural, and animals can be gay.
All right. I'm still lost on your issue with trans people at this point. I really am not following.
Do you want me to bring in the religion aspect?
Wait, there's a religion aspect to trans
Well,
people?
that's the religion aspect on my outlook.
Okay, wait, hold on. Before we
To
get
see
into
if
that,
y'all can
wait, one
explain.
second. 1 second. Just to clarify, what is your definition of a man?
Born male,
Okay,
born with
so
male
born,
traits.
meaning, biology of a man, like chromosomes, genitalia, all of that sort of stuff. Yeah, you regard
Mostly,
that
yeah.
as a man? Okay, is your God a he? A man?
I don't know what my God is.
Zane.
I know that he is a God. I know
Yeah,
Zane, are you going
the
to
God
your
is
God. 1
God,
second,
and
but your God
I
is a
can
he, though. Your God is a he.
worship him in however I see fit.
Yeah, but your God is a he because you've even referred to him as a he, right? So you
That might
view
be how I perceive him.
yeah, but where is the male biology in God? Where is God's chromosomes?
God is
Where are God's gametes? Where is God's
God
male
is
genitalia? But yet
a
you still
being
refer
that
to him
has
as a he.
God is a being that is above this earth. He is above
Zane,
gender. He is above sex. He's above biology.
Zane, so you're gonna call me she and a woman looking at me.
No.
Oh my gosh, I thought you were just sitting really still. Don't.
I do my best, but no, I'm not. I'm not that. I'm not that.
It's like, my
still.
gosh.
But so you're gonna be like, that there is a mighty good looking female when you look at me, or you're
No.
gonna let me walk into a bathroom with your wife's sister, mother, or daughter. Come on, bro.
Be a werewolf for being a hot lady.
You look and sound very comfortable as a man.
I just like to point out that I think it's interesting when we talk about the Bible was written in a very small portion of the world at the time. Other cultures and traditions and other genders were not known by the people who wrote the Bible at the time. So it doesn't surprise me that we don't see this, but yet we can look at like Jewish faith and see that there were 8 different genders. So I don't know what happened in that crossover, but that was not taken. I was not taken with from the Jewish faith into Christianity.
I mean, I kind of came on here to learn, to be 100% honest.
That's good.
And try to open my view a little more. I think where I come into problems is the binary system. And I think that there is a binary system and that you are one or the other and you can identify as one or the other.
You do realize that sex is a bimodal spectrum, not binary?
Well,
So even in
You
something
know what I
that's
was
like
trying to say.
biology, it's still not binary even in that regards.
I mean, unless we want to try to start shoving intersex people under what would be the categories of male and female, and then we get some interesting conversations about, well, then I guess some males can become pregnant, or some males have XX chromosomes. Becomes
Yeah,
a really weird conversation.
I don't know, Artemis, I don't know if you want to give a brief description of what we mean by bimodal, being on a bimodal spectrum.
Referencing all of the components that go into like what we're talking about when it comes to like sex. Like we're talking about there's like 5 different characteristics that are involved with this, and we see typical male and female ends on this bimodal scale, but we do have this like in between where we see some people lean more towards female or lean more towards male, or can be sort of almost in the middle. And this can be because their different phenotypical characteristics don't match what their genotypical characteristics are.
so the genders in this bimodal system, you have male on one side, female on the other, and then there's genders in between.
I would say that. I would say I'm talking about like sex, so like biological sex, male, female, bimodal spectrum in between. Gender is going to be in relation to your neurotypical sexual development, and then how that aligns with the societal constructs of gender.
So it's mental. So gender is a mental
no.
state.
No. So when you're thinking of mental, I would say people are referencing your prefrontal cortex and like you're analyzing and your thought processes here, but I'm actually referencing areas like that would be the hypothalamus or white versus gray matter, or like different levels of connectomers, I'm so sorry, and things like that, and how we look at the versatility of brain structure. It's very rare to find anybody with an all male and female brain. It's actually more common to find people who have a unique mosaic structure of different characteristics in between. And so once we are starting to understand identity and where that's housed within the brain, whether it is subconscious or conscious, I think it's both. We've seen evidence for both. I'd say then this is going to align with what society has constructed over time because humans are social creatures.
So we're basically making gender more precise.
I would say what we're doing is recognizing that it's really difficult to try to like shove everything into like two boxes, and that the human experience and what we as like our social like constructions we've done for thousands upon thousands of years are much more complex than just like it's this or this. I would say people are becoming more educated and more understanding, I guess, of the science that we're viewing versus just like completely.
So we're like narrowing down gender into subcategories, kind of ish.
I would just think of the fact that it's like you're looking at westernization of gender, and like it would be really good to like look at how gender is represented in other cultures and how it's viewed, which is what Emily was referencing in the beginning. Is that it's like I find it difficult to find gender represented in other animal species, even though they have social roles set up and things like that. So we're kind of in like a new area and a new frontier of understanding like gender. So like we can't like throw out the cultural and societal aspects of gender because then we're just ignoring like the other half of like humanity. You
Back
gotta
when I
study.
first came out in the Cretaceous period, we would say things like sex is between the legs, gender is between the ears, and try to explain it that way to be like to make it a little bit more clear in that like we were saying earlier, in my circumstance I am unlikely to ever tell unless I'm being excuse my language, unless I'm being a fuckwit. I'm not going to turn around and tell anybody that I'm male because I'm not. I'm female, but my gender is man.
So like on a government form, you're not gonna put male, but
I am not.
the
However,
way
my hospital has written me as male, and I have corrected them on a couple of certain circumstances. However, on a government form, my ID still says female.
all right. I think I made some definite progress. Um, I think I need to do a lot more researching, and I appreciate the words and I appreciate the information. Thank you for having me on.
All right. Thank you so much.
Susie.
Have a good one.
I feel like werewolf is just causing problems all over Australia. If you get stopped at a traffic stop, there's got to be a double take.
That's the weirdest thing because my hospital keeps being like, "Oh, we've changed it for you." I'm like, "But my ID isn't." Please stop.
Well, thank you both for coming up. I appreciate it.
Absolute pleasure. I'm going to jump. Have a good one.
Have a good one. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. All right. Oh. Or I'll help you. There you go. You got it. All right. Let's bring up the next person. Let's see. Who do we have here? How old are you?
I'm 25.
25. Okay. Do you have an issue with the LGBTQIA plus community?
Uh, Not really. Well, it's kind of the same thing. I don't know how you say his name, Zion or whatever. I agree. Like, gay people don't bother me. Like, they're cool. Like, you can do what you want. But same thing with trans.
Trans people, yeah.
They piss me off. Not gonna lie.
Why do they piss you off? Are you trolling? I can hear you laughing.
Huh?
I can hear you. Are you trolling? I can hear you
No,
literally
trans
laughing.
people actually piss me off. I'm angry. I'm about to cry.
Why?
Did I stutter?
I'm asking you why.
Why they piss me off? why don't they piss you
Dude,
off?
I don't fucking trust you. You're laughing. I'm sorry, but like you're a very terrible troll. Like literally. All right. How old are you?
32.
32. Are you driving?
No, I'm outside. I'm not
You're
driving.
outside. Okay. Do you have an issue with the LGBTQIA plus community?
Yeah. They need
Yeah.
to repent.
Is it because you think that it's a sin? I see that Christian's in your name, so I'm assuming you're a Christian.
Yes. Yeah. I'm a Christian,
Yeah.
Protestant, Presbyterian. I support sola scriptura and sola fide. Yeah.
Okay.
100%. The sola fide
Okay.
is.
What reason do you have to believe that your God exists?
It's impossible to have knowledge apart from the Christian God, right? So when we're speaking about knowledge, we're talking about infallible knowledge, and that means knowledge is certain. Knowledge is that which you could not be wrong about. That is only possible
There are
given.
no certainties in knowledge.
Say
There's
what?
only most likely. No certainty in anything.
Are you certain about that?
I am most likely certain about that, yeah.
Yeah. So do you see how that is a self-refuting statement to say there's no certainty in anything? You have to be certain about that statement for that
Yeah,
statement to be
no, I
true.
can be uncertain about the certainty, because you cannot give me 100% evidence to dictate that it's certain.
Are you certain I cannot give you 100% evidence to dictate that it's certain?
I am pretty sure. I mean, can you?
Okay, so then you're not certain. All right,
Can you give me certainty?
so are you speaking right now?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you would be certain that you're speaking right now.
Yeah. Yeah, but one could argue that the only reason why it appears that I'm speaking is because I'm producing sound waves that we are then perceiving in our ear as being audible, and we are perceiving that as speech, and therefore we are concluding that that is speaking, right? But what if I were to talk to somebody that didn't have the capability to hear? Is that still speaking? Because they can't hear what I'm saying.
Yes, that would still be speaking. They just wouldn't have. Yeah, they wouldn't be able to hear you. Yeah, but you would still be speaking though.
Under what grounds? What is the criteria to speak?
Well, the criteria is that the actual state of affairs is that you're within the Christian worldview, so a Christian ontology, which is the ultimate layer of reality.
That's not giving me a definition of speaking. That's not giving me a definition of speaking. What is it? What is the criteria to engage in speaking? Am I speaking? Am I speaking to you if I do this? Is that speaking?
It can be. It can be.
Can be. So
Yeah,
is literally speaking the reduced down to just simply moving your mouth around?
No. It's like let's say someone is just lip reading, right? So you could be saying things without audibly emitting sounds, but if your intention is to communicate with the other person, then
Yeah.
you can like move your mouth and they can read your lips. So then that would
Yeah,
be
but
communication.
you have to prove that that person is making a sound. But what if you can't hear that sound? How are you able to prove that that person is producing a sound? Do you see the uncertainty in this? Now we are going a little off topic to it, but what it is that it proves that even your argument to prove certainty is uncertain.
Well, what I'm saying is that is there any certainty at all? Like, is there any knowledge that you could not be wrong about, that you just have absolute certainty?
No knowledge is certain.
Okay, so are you certain that no knowledge is certain?
I'm pretty sure that it's uncertain, unless you can provide me with a certain argument. Now we're just going into a circular argument as well, right? Like, because you would have to then prove certainty in the uncertain, which you cannot do.
Yeah. So what
So
we
again,
just
this is going nowhere. This argumentation.
yeah. So essentially, what we just demonstrated is to say that all knowledge is uncertain, in and of itself, is a self-refuting statement, right? Because
It's
then,
not.
because
Where
you,
did I
you
say that I was certain in that? Did you hear me say that I was certain in that? No, you are inferring that. My likely assumption based on the facts that I am given is that there is no certainty.
Okay. Right, so
Because of subjectivity. Subjectivity proves that it's uncertain, right? Because
I
you
have
cannot prove objectivity without looking through a subjective lens. And that is through many different filters. And therefore, many people can see the same thing in very different lights. So nothing is certain.
okay.
But anyway,
So
can we please get back to the point of this conversation instead of you deviating in this weird argumentation that like is actually not even productive, right? You don't have any evidence to prove that your God exists.
well, I would say everything is evidence that God exists. Like you are evidence, I'm evidence.
How
the
is
whole
that
world,
evidence?
right? Like, well, so you are made right in the image of God, right? To love God, to worship Him, to do all things for His glory, right?
Yeah, what
And
evidence
so,
do you have that is true?
human dignity, right? Do you believe you have human
How is that
dignity?
evidence?
You would affirm that you have the human dignity, correct?
We have human dignity, sure, but what evidence do you have that is linked to God?
Yeah. So where does that come from? Where does human dignity come from?
Could be part of your personality, part of your biology. What evidence do you have that comes from God?
It does come from God, right?
Yeah,
So
what evidence do you have for that?
because your body does not belong to yourself, it belongs to God, right? So therefore you're
Yeah,
accountable to
that's
Him
not evidence. That's not evidence. What evidence do you have that
with
we
your
belong to
body.
God?
Human dignity proves it. Because if you say that human dignity
That's
is
not
just a product,
evidence. That's not evidence.
if you say,
It's
look,
not evidence.
if you say that it just comes from yourself, right? It comes from yourself, or it comes from myself. Well, then you could do whatever you want, and I can do whatever I want, right? Like you could go and put
You're still
yourself on.
not giving me evidence.
You could put yourself on OnlyFans, or I could put myself on OnlyFans, and oh yeah, it's okay, that's perfectly fine. But since that's not the truth, right? You belong to God. Your body's
Yeah,
a temple.
what evidence do you have that we belong to God?
So you would agree that it would be wrong for you to put yourself on OnlyFans, right? Because you
I
belong to
don't know
God.
why you're not asking my question. You keep
You agree.
pivoting.
So do you agree?
Are you able to answer my question?
So where does human dignity come from? It doesn't come from the self.
So you're gonna continue to pivot because you can't answer my question.
What's your question?
Yeah, give me evidence. You have yet to give me evidence.
Okay, so everything is evidence for God. If you want to talk
But that's
about
not evidence. You haven't given me one piece of evidence to indicate that your God exists.
okay, so when we're engaged, when we're engaged in this conversation, right? This is the Christian worldview, right, versus the non-God worldview. So a worldview includes ontology, right? Ontology
Still
is
not giving me evidence.
the true nature of being.
Still not giving me evidence.
What is your criterion for evidence?
Literally anything at this point. You're not even
Are
giving
you
me any piece of evidence.
are you an empiricist? Are you a rationalist? Are you
Do you know how to provide an argument or an evidence to support your claim at all?
Yeah, I'm explaining things using philosophy, epistemology.
Okay, so if you're gonna go on the basis of logic, give me something that's logically consistent to prove that your God exists. How is it logically consistent, right? That an all-loving, all-powerful, and all-knowing God has created a world that has suffering in it. Go ahead. How is that logically consistent?
That all loving, all knowing God has created a world that has
Yeah,
suffering.
all powerful. Yeah.
Powerful. Sure. So essentially, like God works all things together for good, right, for those who love Him, and He's also working all things ultimately for His glory. And originally, when God made everything,
So
right, in
he's
the
not
garden,
all-loving then, if he's doing it for himself.
right. So originally in the Garden of Eden, when God made Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden, the animals didn't hunt each other. Like there was peace, no disease, no sickness, and everything was nice and great in the Garden of Eden. So it was only after Adam and Eve rejected God that there came death, disease, and suffering into the world. And so that comes from the rejection of God. It's when we reject God, that's when we suffer and we have sorrow and pain
Yeah,
and
but
death.
God allowed that. God allowed that though.
Yeah, he allows it because
Why would
God.
he allow that? Do you think that God is perfect?
What do I think? Yeah, God is perfect. Yeah,
Why would he
100%.
create it? Why would he create an imperfect world? Why would someone that's perfection create imperfection?
Well, everything that God made is good, and I don't believe like he was making imperfection.
Everything he made is good? Really? We're gonna stand by that claim?
Yeah, like even when he made Lucifer, right?
So P3DOs are good?
No, God didn't make P3DOs. He made
But
he made them
but he made man in God's image.
made man
Correct?
in God's image.
Yeah, he made
Yeah, but
that,
they're
didn't he?
made.
So therefore he made P3DOs.
Well, they were a innocent baby, but then they turned against
Yes.
God.
So this
Right?
idea
And
is that not everything is good then.
I don't know. Yeah, to reject God is evil, right? So essentially, evil is a privation, not a creation. And so God, He made us to love Him, but love is a gift. Love is not forced, right?
Yeah,
So,
but
for example,
you believe that God
let's say,
created you do believe that God created man in his own image, right? Yeah.
yes,
So
if you are
wouldn't P3DOs be God in his own image?
wouldn't
And then that would be if you're gonna hold this claim or belief that everything that God made is good, you'd have to come to the conclusion logically that P3Ds are good.
all right. The gift
Do
is
you
not.
see the inconsistency in that logic?
Yeah.
Because you would
Look,
not
I
up
mean,
here say that P3Ds are good.
all right, the gift is not the issue, right? Like, let's say you go and you buy your daughter a violin, and then she uses that violin to like attack people in the street. Is the violin evil? No, the violin is not
I don't know
evil.
how this is. I don't know how this is relevant.
So basically, the point is that
Are
everything is
you
a gift from
basically
God.
saying that P3Ds are objects?
No, I'm saying that you gave
Then
your daughter.
why are you referring to an object?
It's like to draw like an analogy or to help explain
Yeah,
things.
but this isn't an analogy.
So,
If you were drawing an
so
object to a human, this is not analogous.
well, the point is that you gave your daughter a gift, right? And then
Yeah,
God
again,
has.
you're talking about something that's object versus what I've said, which is human.
Yeah,
This
yeah,
is
yeah.
the
So,
distinction between the two.
mhm.
One has sentience
Okay.
and consciousness and ability to act. One is just an object. It's not even alive. So again, why is this? You're right. This isn't even analogous.
Well, yeah. So yeah. The thing that's similar is that God has given you a gift and giving me a gift, and that person a gift. That gift, namely, being
I
their
don't think that
life,
you're addressing the points that are making. You keep
body,
pivoting.
right? Their life and their body. And so it's like, let's say God gives you your hands. Well, you can use your hands to praise God, to worship Him, or you can use your hands to go and like backhand the baby across the room. So is it that your hands are evil?
You do realize
It's
that
not that your
believing in
hands are
God
evil.
and following
It's
God, you
what you
don't
do.
actually have free will.
I hold to compatibilism, which is that God is sovereign.
but okay, but you don't even have. Okay, so you acknowledge that it isn't 100% free will, that it could be deterministic. There's a deterministic background to it, all right? So if you believe that things are not solely operated on the nature of free will, then why do you reject the notion that God could clearly intervene if he wanted to provide to get rid of suffering, to get rid of harm, to provide an loving around that? If you think that that wouldn't be a problem for you since you believe it's deterministic.
Well, so what, like, let's say what I deserve, right? So I have done bad things, right? So for breaking the law of God, what I deserve is unaliving and hellfire, right? And so that's what everyone deserves. Since we all have broken the law of God, we all deserve unaliving and hellfire. But God doesn't want to give that to you or give that to me. So that's why He shed His blood on the cross, right, to pay for your sins and my sins. So that when we repent and place our faith in Him, then though our sins are as scarlet, they are as white as snow. So if you're like, hey God, give me what I deserve, well then you're actually asking to be sent to hellfire. Or if I say, God, give me what I deserve, I'm asking to be sent to hellfire. So you say, well, why is there suffering? Multitude of reasons. One is just people choose not God. They choose evil, right? They choose darkness. So that's why there is suffering, right? Because they choose not God. And so God's not actually.
Do you realize that just proves the opposite of free will?
I hold to compatibilism, which is
Yeah, you still have aspects of free will in that though, right? That's the whole point of compatibilism. It's uniting them two together. So you believe in an aspect of free will.
yes.
So the thing is, like, if you don't argue that, like, free will would be impeded upon if God, intervened, then like, what is your objection to that? Why would an all-loving, all-powerful, all-knowing God allow suffering to happen? You clearly are not going to argue on the basis of free will since you hold a compatibilist point of view. So what is your rebuttal for that?
Mm-hmm. So why does he allow suffering to happen? Well, it's a multitude of reasons. One is because sure. So one is because God wants us to love Him, right? And love cannot be forced, right? So for example, like if I were to go and find a lady I like and then chain her to my house and say, "Hey, you love me now," okay, well that's not love,
If
right?
God
That's
if
sin.
God wanted
So God
people to love
can't
him,
force
why would
us.
he put in these conditions for his love? I will only love you or support you, or you can only go to heaven if you follow my teachings and if you do everything that I say. That's kind of controlling. You say that he doesn't want to force you, but quite literally he does, because every Christian that's walking around is convinced that if they don't follow exactly what God lays out, they're gonna hell. So that's a condition for God's love. Yo, thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate
God
you. I'm
loved you
sorry.
even before
You've
he
been voted off
he
viewing, I'm afraid. Yo, I'm sorry. I can't with that. Thank you everybody thank you whoever sent that. I appreciate it. That was a little excruciating. Yo, Dorn, thank you so much for the money gun. Appreciate you. All right, let's try again. For this, well, I'll try again. Let's go to the next person. I'm sorry, Katie. Listen, Katie, I will be allowing friendlies up later, so you might get another chance to, have a go at some people. All right, you're not loading in. Let's try this person. I'm kind of liking having these like philosophical God talks, because I don't. It's interesting. I've always wanted to like, practice and get like into these debates because they're kind of interesting when you break them down. I don't know why people are not loading in. Send a guest request back if you are trying to get in, because people are not loading up for some reason.
Hello.
How old are you?
I'm 26.
26. Okay. Do you have an issue with the LGBTQIA plus community?
Not really, just only one particular subject.
What?
I said not really, just one particular subject. And that would be teaching kids about trans. Like that, like
Trans
that.
people. So you do have an issue with the community then?
Yeah.
I don't know why you said no then. You should have just said I do.
No, I don't mind the LGBTQ. I mean, you can be gay, trans, whatever. I don't care. I mean, do you, boo boo. But it's another thing when you try to pull kids into the community at a young age. I mean, like, my thing of it is like,
who is doing that?
I'm not saying all of the LGBT.
Dude, can we not rustle? It's really loud and I can't hear you. What are you doing?
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
what are you doing?
anyways,
so yeah, who is doing that? Who is doing that?
There's a particular TikTok creator. She's for the LGBTQ community, sorry. And she is for teaching or allowing kids to be trans, or teach or let kids be trans.
Okay, I don't know why we're talking about another creator, but okay.
Well, it's correlating to what we're talking about. Why I have an issue with the LGBTQ
Do you have a name?
community.
Do you have a name?
I don't remember her. I don't remember. Mel?
Oh no, I had a feeling it was Mel. All right, well, I mean, I don't know why that's a problem.
Well, I mean, why would you teach it? Okay. So you don't see a problem with teaching a kid from 5 to 7 about being a trans?
What?
Okay. So
Trans.
you
Do you mean about trans people?
no. Okay. No. So let me explain this. Okay. So the creator I'm talking about, she wants to validate wanting kids to be trans, which I'm
No,
not
no,
for.
no.
Yes.
She wants to teach kids about trans people to validate their existence, which is very different from teaching them to be trans. Nobody is teaching you to be
Well,
trans because one,
no, that's what she's
you
doing.
can't. I think you're misunderstanding their argument. And two, nobody can teach you to be trans. You are either trans or you are not, right? Because it's what you are born with. Right? Nobody can teach you that.
How can you be born trans?
What is involved is educating you about these people and telling you that they exist and that they're valid.
Okay, but why would you teach kids that though? Like, let kids be kids. Let them go outside, play on the trampoline, play basketball. Leave that. Like, don't teach them about these trans people. Wait till they get older. I mean, what's the point? What's the point?
Why not let trans kids be kids?
What trans kids?
Are trans kids not kids? What about their rights? What about their childhood? Why do you want to take their childhood away?
Why would a kid be trans? Why you making a kid be trans? Like,
because that's what they're born with. That's what they're born with.
No, you can't be born trans. Like you
can.
So you're telling me, as a kid when you're growing up, you just decided I'm trans.
No one decides it. That's what you are. You are born with a gender identity that is not in alignment with your same sex at birth. That's what it means to be transgender, right?
Okay, but like again, why you gotta mess with these kids? Let kids be kids. Like if a kid okay, so you're telling me if a kid says I want to be
kids.
Yeah, let kids be kids.
Why do you want to take that away from
don't sit here and teach them to be trans. Like what the fuck, dude? That's their childhood. That's why they get bullied on a daily basis.
Oh, so you're trying to justify bullying now?
No, I ain't justifying bullying at all. Point blank. Period.
Said that's why they get bullied because they're trying to do this and this. Even if that was true.
I'm blaming the parent. I'm blaming the parents.
One second. Even if it was true that trans people are choosing their gender, which it isn't, that's completely incorrect. But even if it was true, the fact that you're using that as a justification as to why people are going to get bullied is actually really gross, dude.
What are you talking about? No, I'm not justifying anything. I'm just saying, like, okay.
Yeah, but
like, okay, let's say for instance,
up here saying that's why they're getting bullied because they're doing all of this stuff, as if trying to.
No, it's because parents are teaching them to be trans. Like, why would you do that? Leave them alone, bro.
Teaching them to be trans.
What do you mean? That's what Mel's doing, right? Like, I mean, she taught her kid at the age of 5 talking about being trans. What are you doing? Like, leave kids alone. That's my issue. It's like y'all sitting here talking about these kids like y'all really being icky.
One second. Nobody is teaching that. Okay, if you were born with that, you do realize if you are born with your gender identity fixed, right? And sometimes it's in alignment with your same sex at birth, sometimes it's not in alignment. That cannot be changed. Therefore, so even if people were trying to teach people to be trans, right? The sheer fact that gender identity cannot be changed means that nobody's being taught to be anything. If that's what they are, that's what they were born with, and that's what they are. It's not taught. It's not a teachable thing.
Hey, Doug.
How is it not a teachable thing yet? You got parents in the LGBTQ community teaching these kids and raising them to learn about being trans at a young age. Like, bro, leave them be. They don't need to learn that until they get older so they can understand better. Like, not called.
I was born a girl. Yeah, I told my parents that they were wrong, that they should stop calling me a girl because I'm a boy. I told them.
At what age?
I was 4. I got kicked in the groin. I said, "Don't kick me in the nuts." Like, realistically, I fucking sorry, excuse my language. I was so dead certain that they were wrong. What is happening is actually basically the parents are saying this and in many cases, many cases, no one's saying you're trans now, congratulations, it's so fucking easy for you. It's not about that at all. It's just allowing their kids to express themselves. You said let kids be kids. Kids are being kids. What they're doing is
No. Okay.
exploring and learning.
Okay.
They're exploring and
So let
learning
me
about
ask.
who they are.
Okay. So let me ask you this: How at the age of 4 was you even able to contemplate that you were trans?
I just
Because
knew that it was wrong.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Because, like, me, at the age of 4, I didn't think about none of that stuff. All I thought about was video games, snacks, and playing outside. I was not at the age of 4 thinking about, I'm trans. Like, that sounds weird. Now you
Yeah,
got
yeah.
people.
Do you know why that
bruh.
is? Wait, Doug. Do you know what that is?
Why?
Because you never had an incongruence with your gender identity or assigned sex at birth. Everything went smooth
No,
for
I
you
just
because you
knew
didn't look
I
in
was
the
born
mirror.
male and I'm a male. Like,
Yeah,
I
because
don't
you
understand.
because
No, you wouldn't have
because you
known that
looked in the
because
mirror.
nobody tells
Yeah,
you what if nobody tells a young
yeah,
kid. They tell the difference between boy and girl
yeah,
based upon what your physicality is. That's
yeah.
how people learn.
Hold
Yeah,
on,
like
sorry,
you
one
wouldn't
second. I
know
just want to
unless you were
finish what I'm
told.
saying.
But what I knew is that I wanted and felt like that I wanted to be what the other people were. I've got a brother. I wanted to be like that. I knew that my body, this was not right, and it felt wrong whenever I was called that thing that people call those people that supposedly look like me, but it feels wrong. I know it sounds stupid saying the word feeling, but I was a child.
Yeah,
That's what the incongruence is. My body did not match what I thought I was meant to be. I didn't have a great scope of an adult understanding of what that is and about how I'm trans and how there is an incongruence. All I knew is that it felt wrong.
yeah. And when you looked in the mirror, you didn't like feel uncomfortable. You didn't have anxiety. You didn't have any of these psychological elements that would be there if there was an incongruence. So of course you're not going to be going around at that age being like thinking about that because you have no reason to. Your everything is you're concerned is absolutely like in order, right? But for a transgender
No,
individual, it
because
absolutely isn't in order because of this incongruence. So of course they're going to be plagued by this, and they're going to like think, oh, this isn't right. This doesn't fit.
But no, see, now that's where I still don't understand because as a kid, you don't think about these things because you're a kid. You're still growing up. You're still trying to learn about the world. I mean, where in between your first year of being 1 to being up to 4, where you out of the blue and out of thin air, you're going to sit here and be like, I'm trans. Like
Well, no.
that just doesn't
When were
make
you
sense
told?
to me because
When
as
were you
I
told
was
that you were a
raised,
boy? When you were told? When were you told that you were a boy? Do you
I
think?
was never told. I just already knew. Like,
How?
because I
Wait a
mean,
minute. How did you know?
obviously,
How did you learn
how do
that
I know? I mean,
how did you know that your penis, and I'll be very clear down the line, so TikTok, actually, no, I'll change it. How do you know that your phallus means that you're a boy and that someone without one is not? Because you were told,
well,
right?
I mean,
Someone
you're
explained
obvious.
to you that you
They're
have,
physically different. I mean, that's how I knew. I grew up. Like, if you're a
but you wouldn't know
female, you
what the
have
word
a
was unless you were told, right?
no. I just knew. Like, maybe was it until what middle school? That's when I started learning about the boy and girl genitalia. I mean,
So if you just knew, wait a
still,
minute, if you just knew then, how did I just know that I was going to be 54 years old and look like a man, though I was supposedly this girl creature?
well, how would you? I mean, like
You knew
that's
that you were a
illogical.
boy, something that you were someone told you what your gender was when you were a child and explained that there was a difference, which is the other.
Okay, if that was the case, probably. Why would it even matter to me as a kid? Because I'm being a kid, and being a
Well,
kid is
because
just fucking off and doing whatever
look,
because you're still learning about
I see where you're
everything.
coming from, but why would you focus on something that isn't a problem for you? As a kid, there's no
Why
reason
would
for
it
you
be
to
a
go, wait a
problem for
minute.
me?
Well, no, the thing is, it was a problem for me. So I did pay attention to what it was wrong. I try to put it as, I'll try and put it as simple as I can. I don't know if this analogy will work, but you know, oh, fuck, actually, no, that's not going to work. You know when something's wrong, yeah? You know when there is something, if someone says something to you and it doesn't make sense and it doesn't work, you know that there's a problem, and you can't necessarily tell what it is, but you know that there's a problem. And you focus on it, and you try to, and you just, it's a thing. If you don't, say if you've got a migraine, right? You focus on the migraine because it hurts, and it's there all the time. No one else can see it, but you know it's there.
Yeah. I mean, I know it's there, but I'll
You know
do the best of my ability to ignore it.
Something that you focus on. Well, yes, but what can I do it for? I can tell the person that is calling me a thing that makes me unhappy to stop calling me that. Telling if I get kicked in the groin as a young person and then said, don't hit me in the nuts when I obviously don't have any.
Well, I don't know. I honestly don't know what to say about that because, like I said, I mean, I don't like.
But if you think of it as a migraine thing, yeah. So basically, I can have a migraine that can be debilitating, but it's only debilitating for me. For you, you're just looking at me.
Okay.
And you don't see it until I explain to you that I have a migraine. Like, it's something that is happening. That's how.
Well, I mean, of course I'm not going to know until you tell me. Right? But until otherwise, I'm just going to affirm to you as what I perceive, what I'm seeing in front of me. I mean, but like, what I'm like, look, I mean, like I said, I don't really have any particular problems with LGBT. Like I said, you can do you, boo-boo, but leave these kids alone. That's my only problem, bro. Because, like, my thing is, none of this was a problem, you know, me growing up, you know, because obviously when I was growing up, everybody was only worried about, you know, out here playing games and jumping on trampolines and not worried about their gender identity and stuff like that because we're kids. We're kids. But why we got to talk about it, though? Why we got to talk about when I'm like 4 or 5 years old?
Why can't we?
Why would I need to talk? Why? Okay, but here's my question: why do I need to talk about it when I want to just be a kid and be free and sit here and do what I want until I get to adult?
Like, you're just rambling, dude. I asked you a question.
How am I rambling when I'm sitting here trying to talk, bro? Like, fuck is you talking about?
Let me finish. Are you done just rambling? I literally just asked you a question.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
You said they didn't, like, we shouldn't talk about it. Why can't we talk about it? Don't we have the right of freedom of speech in the United States? Why can't we talk
about it? Yes, but we're kids. What do you not understand that? Like, we're kids, bro. We're kids. Leave me alone. I'm a kid. Let me do shit.
To everyone. Why isn't freedom equated to everyone? You can
what are you talking about?
Bigotry and hatred toward other people.
Oh, am I a big?
You okay? You sound like you were powering up. Like, you okay?
I'm straight. You over here tripping for no reason.
You're straight. You want a cookie? Like,
what is me being straight got to do with anything, bro? Like,
you literally just said you were straight.
Oh yeah, I'm straight. I'm cool. You don't understand black slang. I got it. Anyway.
What the
fuck? Anyway.
Yo,
mentioned anything about race, dude. Tell me you're a bigot without telling me you're a bigot, Dark.
Tell me how you're triggered without telling me you're triggered.
I'm not triggered.
Because I'm saying, yeah, you are. You're calling me a bigot, bigotry and shit like that. Like, fuck you talking about?
Define the word triggered.
Triggered, bro. Quit playing with me.
Define the word triggered.
Anyways, let's get back on topic.
No. Define the word triggered.
You're triggered, bro. You're mad. You're in your feelings, bro.
It means you are not intellectually there, Dark, because you can't even define a word.
Bro, you're in your feelings. What are you talking about? You jump into a whole nother thing. I'm sitting here explaining how, like, y'all should leave kids alone. Like, what are you talking about, bro?
Dark, you are completely...
Like, you over here talking about, why can't we talk about it when we're kids? Bro, so you want to be 4 years old, and you want to talk about being trans. Bro, I want to be a 4-year-old jumping on a trampoline. Quit playing with me, bro.
Nobody wants to...
Like, I ain't worried about my gender. I'm worried about having fun until I'm an adult, and then I got to do adult shit.
Wait a minute. You don't think that it's not fair to be able to speak to children about the things that they want to talk to you about, and then, wait a minute, they can be a fucking child and jump on a trampoline too. Like, come on, man.
Well, I mean,
Why
if they want to talk about it, then talk about it with them. But like, until they're the age appropriate, don't talk to them about it because they won't fully
What is age
understand it.
appropriate? What is age appropriate? If I was
13. 13.
With 13.
Yeah, 13.
You didn't know
Yeah.
anything about gender till you were 13. Don't fucking lie to me. Come on now.
What about what LGBT? All this? No,
No, not
at that
LGBT.
age.
All right. I'm not gonna. I'm
About
not saying that
gender,
you have
like
to
sex
fucking
or gender?
about
Which
gender.
which one we talking
Yes.
about?
When were you told? Again, when were you told that you were a boy and that there is a difference between boys and girls? That is gender. That is when you speak to children. If they ask you a question about gender, that is when you speak to them. Whenever they ask, no, just because you decide that 13 is the answer, that doesn't mean that it is. We all know that kids are smart.
Yo,
We
wait,
all know
one
that children
second.
are smart.
1 second. Dark East, you said something about black humor. Are you even black?
Yes, I'm half black. I'm mixed.
Okay. Okay, who is the person that's white on your account?
My mama.
He just
What?
lied about his own ethnicity.
My mama's white. My daddy's black. Do we not under? What?
So the person that's on your profile that is clearly of a whitey man is not you?
Oh my god, I'm dead. It's every time. Every time. I can't.
So that is you. So you're not black.
I'm mixed. Do you not see? You know what? I'm not even gonna ask that because y'all probably don't.
That is a picture quite clearly of a white man.
So you're denying me? You don't even. You know what? I'm not even gonna prove the fact that I'm black because y'all don't even know who my father is. You only see the white side.
Turn on right now. Turn on your camera right now.
No, I'm good. I don't know why you need to look at me. I mean, you seen my face on my profile.
Show the people how mixed you are. Go on.
There you go. Look, Larkin literally got it. He's Jamaican. He's white, passing for sure, but the description says Irish and Jamaican. Say less. He got it right on the nail. I'm half Jamaican and half Irish. So quit playing with me, bro.
On right now.
Well, I don't understand why we need to see my skin color. Like that's too you're getting way off topic.
You're making a claim that you're mixed, but the picture
I am mixed.
Yeah, the picture is clearly of a white man.
Okay, do you know? You don't even know who my father is. Like my mom has very aggressive genes that took over my dad's.
Just admit
I'm
you
not
lied.
lying about I'm black.
Because I just checked your profile and there's multiple different actual
Hold on 1 second.
on your profile.
Look, everybody's seeing it in the comments. They can tell I'm black, but y'all can't see it because y'all don't understand it.
Katie, if you want to come up, you can.
Like, what are you talking about? Like, it's funny how y'all can't see it, but the people in the comment section see it, and they looked at my profile.
Because they're all trolls. They would agree with
how
you.
they troll, bro. You don't even know.
Dude, you don't even know.
You know the funny thing is, right? And I'm just saying this out of personal experience. Every time I went up to a black person, I asked them personally, "Am I black?" They all say yes because they see it. When I ask a white person, they don't see it, and I wonder why.
Hey, Katie,
because
go ahead.
y'all just assume I'm white. I'm only half white.
Katie, please.
Lord have mercy.
This conversation.
Hey, Declan, how are you?
Yeah, but aside from that, this whole why, if I'm black or not, which is weird. I don't know why I have to sit here and debate about
You're the one
if I'm
that
black
mentioned
or
your
not.
ethnicity.
Dark eyes, please.
Yeah, I'm mixed.
Yeah, wait 1 second. Let's hear from Katie. Katie is
Dark eyes, please.
Yeah.
Let's just lower our energy. Can we do that first, please?
What?
Dark eyes, can you just calm down your energy, please?
I'm good. What's up?
Cool. Okay. You say you're black, and you say you're black and Irish, correct? I'm sorry, Jamaican and Irish, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you understand why people may be skeptical of that?
Well, yeah, because all they see is white.
And I mean, we are in agreement that light skin is a thing, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So.
But my thing is, I don't understand how they're gonna sit here and argue about the fact that, like, I'm white, but they only ask who is white, and I said my mom, but they don't ask about my dad. You see how that is? Like, that's just weird how you're gonna ask about my mom, but you never ask about my dad.
We
Like, come on
never
now.
directly asked about
No, I
Juan.
under,
You're the one that
I,
mentioned
under,
your parents.
I do understand that. Trust me, I was right here in Emily's Live about 2 weeks ago when I've had a black person question me being black, and in fact, that whole week was weird. Everybody was questioning if I'm black out of nowhere. It's very confusing and it's very weird, right?
Right.
Okay, so I personally am kind of ambivalent because I know that you could be mixed and look white. In fact, one of my friends from Nigeria, he looks white as hell, and he's black all the way through. Right there.
I understand that.
Yeah. So, and I propose this to everybody. Let's just get off of this subject, please, because it can be a very dicey area. He doesn't want to turn on his camera. Emily, you can make of that what you want to, right? People in the comments, they were sitting there saying, "Oh, he's using AVE. He was making fun of black people." From what I heard, and I've been here for a good while, way before this person, he was not making fun. You know, some people like there is a phrase which is "you do you, boo boo." Let it be what it is. We're talking about the subject at hand, please, please. Can we all agree to just move forward past this? Because there's no way short of turning on his camera that he would be able to show that he's black. And honestly, as somebody had to go through this 2 weeks ago, I'm not comfortable with putting somebody else through that. So can we please be all in agreement with that? Just let it go and move
I
back
agree.
on to the subject.
I'll agree to it, but I do want to make a statement that Dark, like us questioning even that is you're doing the same exact thing about the morality of someone's sexuality. Like you've been doing that the entire time, invalidating
No.
queer
What I'm
individuals and
saying,
trans.
I'm not
Can
being
I
questioned about
finish?
nothing. Like I said,
Can I
do you,
finish?
boo
I'm in
boo?
the
I
middle of
don't
a
care.
statement.
That's you.
I am in the
But what
middle
I'm
of a
saying is
statement.
leaving these
Oh
kids
my
alone.
God.
Please, let's
Impulse
get back
control.
to the subject at hand because this is honestly kind of weird, especially since from what I can tell, and mind you, I don't know everybody here, but from what I can tell, it seems like it seems like there's a fair amount of non-black people asking someone to turn the camera on and prove that they're black. It's very uncomfortable.
Yeah,
It's not
you're right. You're
cool,
right, Kitty. You're right.
you know. So let's just please let it be what it is and go back to the subject. Can we all be in agreement?
I just wasn't sure what the stance was on of someone trying to like talk about black people's elements if like they were not black. So that's why I
But
questioned it. It was not to try to
oh, I
you
know,
know.
I know. It was more so than anything else the comments
Yeah.
that were the
Okay.
issue. The comments were the issue, not Will, not anybody else. The comments. That's what I'm talking to. People in the comments that want to perform this honestly, and I'm gonna be 100% me here. Honestly, this performative bullshit, you need to stop. You guys need to stop. Our side and the ops. Stop the shit.
Mm.
Stop the fucking shit. It's weird. It's fucking uncomfortable. Unless you have a reason to believe this not to be the case, stop it. Stop it. Okay. Can
I
we
mean,
all be in agreement? Does that help lower the energy some, dark guys? Dark
Yeah.
guys? Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna go back to my main now. Let's just start this over again, please. Let's stick to the subject.
All right. Thank you, Katie.
No
And I
problem.
apologize.
No, it's okay. It happens. It's life.
All right. Thank you, Katie. I just have a question. Darkside, what exactly are your points? I kind of just came in out of the nowhere. So tell me what your problem is with the LGBT community.
My only problem with teaching kids or how should I put it? Having kids become trans, or I don't know. That sounds weird.
kids don't
Having them,
become trans.
or I don't know how to say this. I'm not trying to make it weird.
Say it with your chest. Just say it. It's TikTok. We heard it all. Say it with your chest.
My chest. I know, like having to teach them about it, and then have them decide what they are. Like okay, like if you taught your kid about trans and then you was like, okay, after this conversation, do you understand and like, do you know what gender you are? Like that's a no-no for me.
That's not happening.
I beg to differ.
I'm being brutally honest. Education and advocacy toward trans topics does not mean that people are going out and asking kids if they feel like they're trans or not. The only thing that would even be remotely similar to that is if someone said to a group of children, if you ever feel like you have an incongruence, then you can talk to someone about it.
Who said a group of kids? I just said
choose.
like as an example, you're like if you had a kid and you were talking to him about it, not like a whole group of kids. That's weird.
Like if a parent and a child are having a conversation and you
Like,
ask
what?
your child if they have an incongruence or if they are okay, like that's a conversation. That's not making your child choose anything.
Okay, but
it is okay and wants to
why?
talk.
But why would you teach something like that to them at a young age? When me personally, I wouldn't do that because they're too young to even perceive what they're even talking about because they're so young.
Then Dark, should we ban children from church until they're of age to choose to go to church? Because they're not old enough to conceive the actual realization of religion and how to perceive something like that.
That's up to the parent.
Yeah, that's up to the parent. But as soon as a parent wants to talk to their child about if they're okay and if they have any feelings or about their own selves, and they can talk to their parent about it and creating a safe space, that's not right. But then taking your child to church and indoctrinating them to religion that is heavily bigoted toward queer individuals and other marginalized communities is okay because the parent is the one that chooses.
Well, I mean, if they're okay with it.
But if the kid is okay talking about themselves and if they could be trans or not and asking just general questions about your child's well-being, like you're saying that's wrong, but that's the parent's choice. And if the kid is okay and wants to have the conversation, then let the conversation happen. You're making it seem like a parent is talking to their child and convincing them if they are trans or not and making them choose when that's not happening.
When you put it like when you put it like that, that is definitely not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that like let's say yeah, a kid did bring it up to their parent. I wouldn't mind them. I mean, if the parents okay with talking to them about it, then that's fine. But if the parents not okay with it, then I mean, you know,
subject the child to neglect, right? Because
how is that neglect? What?
Can I finish? Like,
yeah, go ahead.
Just made the statement. If the parent isn't okay talking about it, then in a sense that conversation should happen. And if that child has an incongruence and is trans or part of the queer umbrella and wants to be able to have a safe space to talk to their parents about themselves and how they are and if like want to open up and the parent is not okay, then the parent can just end the conversation and not talk to that child and neglect how that child feels.
Okay, well, I mean, I don't understand how that would be neglect, considering the fact that, like, I mean, my mom never neglected how I feel about anything because, I mean, as a kid, okay, what 4-year-old kid, okay, the ages of 4 through 7, right? What kid between those ages are going to sit there out of nowhere in the blue of light is going to come up to their parent and be like, Mom, I'm trans. Can you talk to me about it?
I can
Like,
ask you
come
a
on,
question about
let's be realistic. Let's be
Dude, that's not
realistic.
how it's
What
happening. I'm
child is
being
going to do that?
realistic with you. I
Wait,
am being realistic. That's not happening. A kid isn't going to walk up to their parents and be like, I'm trans. They would say, Mom, or Dad, I don't feel like a girl. And it would go into a conversation. It wouldn't be a child walking up to their parents and be like, hey, I'm transgender, help me. That's not how it goes. Be realistic about the conversation.
one
A child
second.
may say something, sorry, Delulu, like a child may say, like, I don't feel like a girl or I don't feel like a boy. And that is okay. And a parent should be able to be there and console their child and have a conversation about it until the child is okay and is okay with themselves. Like, you are literally just saying, if a parent is not okay with the subject of being trans or whatnot, and the child is trying to express that they want to talk about themselves because they may be confused or want to question it, that the parent can just say, no, I don't want to talk about it, and then the child just doesn't get to talk to anyone, and it creates a space of neglect and hostility toward that conversation.
Why has
Which
it got to
is
be
invalidating
hostility?
your
There's no
child.
hostility. It's just the fact that they either don't want to talk about it or the parent themselves, probably don't have enough information to even have a conversation with them about that. So that's why I'm saying that, like, in the general aspect, that, like, children that young shouldn't learn about it until they either experience it themselves or they come into contact with somebody that's teaching them about it and then going to their parents and asking about it.
Okay, chat. Tell me at what age you need your sexuality or gender. People in the chat.
I knew when I was 4. I'll just answer that here. I
Doc,
knew
that
when I was
wasn't what
4.
Doc, that wasn't what I said, man. What I said is that I told my parents that it didn't feel right. That's what kids will do. They're not going to walk up and say, I'm trans. They're going to walk
How
up
do
and
you,
be like,
okay, let me ask you this then. How at that age do you tell your parent you don't feel right?
I don't feel like a
I
boy. I
don't
don't feel
feel
like a
right. Why do
girl.
you call me a girl? Why do you call me a boy? What is the difference? What is this? Why don't I feel right? You ask to the
Well, I
best
mean,
of your ability of what a 4-year-old, 5-year-old, 7-year-old, 12-year-old, however old you are, you ask at the possibility of being able to communicate. Yes, you don't. Like I said, I heard you say that if the parent doesn't know, that they might not want to talk about it, and that's cool. But that's when you put it on. You tell the kids to just let me do some research, and I'll come back to you. If you treat children directly, they will absolutely wait for you.
Yo, thank you for the galaxy. I think that means that you've been voted off the island. I'm sorry. Thank you so much for that galaxy.
And Werewolf, I was saying the exact same thing you were, that it's not happening where a child is walking up to their parents and is like, hey, I'm trans. It's the fact that a child may ask their parent, I don't feel like a boy. I don't feel like a girl. Like, why do you call me a boy? Why do you call me a girl? And they would question it. It's not the fact that they would be like, hey, I'm trans. Guess what? You need to help me. That's not how it goes. And his whole entire basis was saying, if a parent doesn't want to talk about the conversation, if a child asks, then the parent has the right to not talk to that child about it, which is neglect.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate all you coming up. I'm gonna go back to 1v1s for a little
Okie
bit,
dokie.
but later
You're all
on
good.
I will be bringing up co-hosts. So if you come back later, you can come up on my panel for like more debates.
All good.
But thank you so much. Have a good one. All right. Probably in the next like, let me see, what time is it? Done 3. Maybe another hour, hour and a half. I'll do a 1v1s and then I'll have some co-hosts. But I won't have too many. I'll only have a few at a time. All right, let's go. How old are you?
25.
25. Okay. Do you have an issue with the LGBTQIA plus community?
So I wanted to just because so I sent to the galaxy because I got like irritated with him, just like for what he was trying to say, Doug, guys, I just wanted to say this real quick, is that like, so I'm a teacher in a school system, and one thing that we do require that kids do is anyone that gets put in a sex ed, um, and we do have like an LGBT week that teaches kids about that specifically, but that's usually around like year 8 and 9, but they get forms signed by their parents. And so it's like if the parents don't want them to be in that class, then they don't sign it and they opt for the kid to be put in a different class while that class is happening. And then if they do agree, the kids, you know, it's a very like respectful environment. When he was talking about like young kids not knowing their like gender and like not realizing like if they're a boy or girl, kids definitely do. I've worked with younger kids as well, and it's not a lot of children that are going to be saying like, oh, I'm trans, like, oh, I'm like, oh, I don't feel like a girl, oh, I don't feel like a boy. It's select kids, and I feel like people think this is like every single case in like in every class like this would happen, but it's not. So I feel like people don't realize that it doesn't happen often, but when it does, it's better to just inform the kids so that they realize kind of the feelings that they're dealing with. So
Right.
I don't know. I just felt like he was just missing the point on like just it's better to educate than to have, you know, a big basically just kids get really confused. Kids can get told, you know, that they shouldn't feel that way, but
Yeah.
for them it might be, yeah, for them it might be normal and they just need to learn about it. But yeah, I just wanted to say that because it was like kind of irritating because it's like as a teacher, it's you want to educate the kids to keep them safe and to
Mm.
also let them know that, you know, they have the freedom to feel the way that they feel. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
but that
All
was
right.
it.
Well, I appreciate you for coming up. Have a
Yeah,
good one.
me too.
Thank you so much. All right. Let's see who we have next here. Da, 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 da. How old are you?
Can you hear me?
Yep. How old are you?
21.
21. Okay. Do you have an issue with the LGBTQIA plus community?
I don't really have an issue with them. I have an issue with the promotion of it. Like as far as I think it's way too promoted, and it's definitely way too promoted to children.
How is it way too? How is it way too promoted?
Uh, it's like in almost every movie, every TV show. You have a whole
Is that not the same for heterosexuality?
yeah. I mean, yeah. I say the same thing about that too, but I'm just was sticking to the topic. But no, same thing
So
about
you
that
don't
too.
think that people should just express themselves then?
It's not really about the expression. It's just
What's wrong with having them in movies and TV?
because it's too much access to children. It's too much access to people who haven't developed a mature mindset about who they are, about
So
what they
does that mean that kids can't watch Disney films?
they can, but
Why can they watch Disney
symbol-
films?
Disney doesn't have to symbolize stuff like
You
that.
do realize that the majority of Disney is about like heterosexual love, simplified for kids. So if you're against that, then you wouldn't want kids to watch Disney films.
Well,
Like I don't know, Cinderella.
I grew up on Disney, so Disney is actually based on like fairy tale shit, which is this is life is not a fairy tale. So it is heterosexual things, but it's like fairy
So
tale.
what if there was a Disney film that was in the same manner as like Cinderella, but it was between two men or two women? Would you object to that?
Um, um, I don't know. Probably not. But I probably have the same opinion that I'm saying like it shouldn't be it shouldn't kids shouldn't have this much access to it. Is what I'm saying. Whether it's
But but you do realize that Disney is it's been made for kids, right?
yeah, but it's based off of fairy
Okay.
tales.
So if things are made for kids, what's the problem? So if there's something that included a relationship between the two men but was designed in the same way that Cinderella was designed for kids, how is this bad for kids?
Because they're a kid. They don't have a mature mindset.
Yeah, but what's the
fairy,
difference? You
a fairy
accept it. You
tale.
accept it in regards to heterosexuality, but somehow you don't accept it. You don't accept it when it's homosexuality.
No, I don't accept neither one of them. I'm just what I don't
Oh,
accept is
so
the
so kids
access.
so kids shouldn't watch Cinderella then. Kids shouldn't
Isn't
be watching
isn't
Cinderella.
Cinderella isn't
They shouldn't
Cinderella
be
based off of her?
watching Snow White. They shouldn't be watching The Little Mermaid. They shouldn't be watching any of this.
Bro, isn't these all people who like fairy tale magic and shit like this? Like
Yeah, but
Cinderella looks like a doll.
I'm giving you a scenario here. So you're saying that you don't think that it's suitable for kids, and you're saying it's on both ends. All right.
It's
Well, if that's the
suitable,
case, then why then you argue that kids shouldn't be watching Cinderella or Snow White or The Little Mermaid because apparently seeing any type of love on screen is problematic for you.
that's not what I'm
Correct?
saying. That's not what I'm
Okay,
saying.
so if you don't think that, then what is the difference between having a straight Cinderella versus a gay Cinderella?
There's no difference. The difference
Okay,
is
so you would support your child watching a Disney film like Cinderella, but it would be a gay relationship instead of a straight relationship, correct?
yeah, I wouldn't really care, bro, because think about it's a fairy tale. This is not realistic. You're not gonna lose
Okay,
a
well,
fucking fool,
a lot of movies
and
aren't real,
somebody's gonna.
right? A lot of movies aren't real. They're just movies
But they have
depicting a
sexual
story.
content. They have sexual content in it. Disney doesn't. Cinderella's not getting
Okay, so then
fucked on
your issue
screen.
is not so much the fact that it's being exposed in media, it's the fact that it's the kind of content, right? So that's more
Exactly.
your issue with the kind of content. And what parent is giving their children like explicit content? That would be an issue in itself. Typically, the content
Well,
in which kids are going to be exposed to, or which their parents are going to expose their kids to, are going to be age appropriate, right? That's why we have, these age rated stuff on certain material to tell parents what's suitable for kids or not.
I mean, yeah, you can say that, but I can guarantee you it's at least like 2 or 3 kids watching this live right now, and this is not really age appropriate because you have
How is
only
this not age
18 plus in
appropriate?
here.
How is this not age
You
appropriate?
have only 18 plus right there on the screen.
Yeah,
Meaning,
to join and have this talk with.
so how can to have this talk we have to be only 18 plus,
You do
but our
realize this
kids can be
TikTok allows
watching it.
people that are 13 up. They're not letting little kids on here. There are no little kids that are on TikTok. It's the age I think is 13 up.
They don't check for ID on here. I made like 6 accounts
They
already.
do check for ID,
No,
literally.
no, they
In order
don't.
for me to go live, in order for me to be on here, really, I had to submit an ID.
I didn't have to submit my ID, and I'm on here right
Well,
now.
I did. So they do ask for ID. I don't know. You're probably in America.
See, that's the problem.
Maybe it's a little different if you're in America, but like they do screen you for ID. And people get age verified all the time. People get their lives taken down all the time because TikTok thinks that they're underage. This happens all the time.
Well, I'm new to the whole live thing, so
Okay, well stick around. You'll realize that it does happen.
but back to the topic though. It's based off of fairy tales, so they're not having explicit content in the movies. When I grew up on
Yeah,
Disney,
that's
I
because it's
wasn't
age
looking.
appropriate. That's the point that I'm trying to make. If it's age appropriate, there's no issue. Your issue is with material that's like for adults, which I would agree. I would not show somebody that was like a child, like, like 18 plus movies, or even 15 plus movies. Why? Because it's not age appropriate for them. And nobody in the community is going to argue for that. Okay, but if it's age appropriate, if it's like rated U or rated PG or whatever, then I don't understand what is the difference here. What is different? Because you would allow it in the context of heterosexuality, but somehow you'd have an issue now when it's with homosexuality.
Bro, I just said either way, it's not good for a kid to have access to that type of content as a kid. Now the
Okay,
fairy
so it's the
tale
type of
stuff,
content. That's your issue, is the type of
the
content.
fairy tale based stuff isn't the explicit content. It's just a storyline because and it gives kids an imagination. But
Yeah,
when you are seeing
it does involve romance though.
exactly, that's
Okay,
half of that shit is fairy tale, bro. Is half of that you don't live happily ever after with a
but
lot
it
of people.
does
There's a lot of people
showcase
that's married
love,
for 40
right?
years and they fucking argue every day.
So if you agree that showcasing love in that way, in that child-friendly way, then what is your issue here? Because that's all that's been doing to kids. Is showing them love in the same context, in the same way.
Are you talking about the Cinderella story, the heterosexual way?
I'm talking about any form that is like made PG and that like Cinderella, Snow White, Little Mermaid, all of these are romance, right? And like typically like your objection, right, is looking at the fact that you don't want it to like be problematic for kids based on the content. But like that seems like not an issue based on sexuality, but on an issue based on the appropriateness of the content.
Yeah, that's the issue. This is the content.
Yeah, but that's got
But
nothing to do with the community.
it
That's
does.
not an
That,
issue
that
with the
affects
community.
that affects people's mindset more than you think.
Yeah, but how is it an issue with the community? It's like a universal
Well,
that you have for both.
well,
So
put
like
it like
how is
this.
it a specific issue from the community?
Well, I'll just put it like this. If you have people dying and people going gay at a higher rate than
Going gay?
or
Going
I don't
gay.
know what you call that shit, man. I don't know
What
what
do
that
you
call.
mean by going gay?
Okay, what is the terminology I use for this? What do you don't
I
go
don't even know what you're referring to. Are you referring to that people just choose to be gay?
bro? What do you call it?
I don't
You're
know what
not
you're
born like
talking.
that,
I
bro.
don't even know what you're referring to by saying going gay.
Bro,
I
you're
would
not
like
born.
more
You're
clarity
not
with that,
born
to be
like that.
honest.
You're not born like that. So what do you call it?
Oh, okay, you're not bought right. So you think it's a choice?
Fuck yes, it's a choice. It's a
Yeah,
choice to go have a.
what evidence do you have that says it's a choice?
It's a choice. It's a choice whether you want to keep a baby or not. It's a choice whether you want to have sex or not. It's a choice whether you want to get up and get out the bed and do something with your life or not.
What?
Everything you do in
How? Yeah,
life is a choice.
tell me how someone's sexuality is a choice.
Everything you choose to do in life is a choice. What do you
Yeah,
mean?
how is someone being gay an action?
What the fuck? What do you
You,
mean?
you're talking about someone's sexuality as if it's an action. Like I'm walking down the street, which is an action. I am gaying as if that's an action. Like there is no term or action that's like that doesn't apply. It's like it's what somebody's sexuality. That's just what somebody is. Right? That's what they were born with.
Bro, how can you be born with something that you don't have any type of exposure or knowledge to?
Because it doesn't need exposure in order for that to be dependent on that.
Yes, you do. If
No,
you were
you
born, oh,
don't.
listen, bro. If you were
Yeah,
born,
provide me with some
bro.
evidence to back up
Matter
that
of fact, I'm
claim.
gonna provide you with the evidence right here since you talking about Disney. The movie fucking Tarzan. It's just a movie, but this shit can happen in real life. If you get born and your parents decide that, hey, we're not gonna raise him, we're gonna drop him off with this. Matter of fact, I'm gonna put it like this. I'm gonna put it like this
I
because
don't
this is
even
a true
know
story.
how
No, no, no,
Tarzan.
no,
I
no.
don't even
Listen,
know how
listen,
Tarzan is
listen.
even relevant to this conversation.
Fuck Tarzan. I'm gonna put this in. I'm gonna use a real life situation. I'm gonna use a real life situation. I know a person right now. They was born from a black household, just pure black parents, right? And race doesn't matter. But I'm just saying. Matter of fact, I'm gonna put it like this: English. They was born in an English household. Parents gave them over to some Spanish people. They were born English, but guess what? They started speaking Spanish when they got older, or they were speaking Spanish when they got older. You confused because your mind is so limited. You can't
No, I'm
unless
confused because
you're
you're
exposed to
literally
it.
no, I'm confused because you're literally talking nonsense at this point.
No, it's not.
It is nonsense. You haven't given me one logical argument to support the idea that it's a choice.
Bro, that is a choice.
Yeah, give me one good piece of evidence or one logical argumentation to state that it's a choice. What reason do you have to believe that?
Okay, so are you LGBTQ?
Yeah, I'm
Are you
bisexual.
okay? So, what age did this become a thing for you?
I mean, it's pretty much been hardwired forever, but I didn't really like notice it till I was 16, and then it kind of cemented when I was 18.
Exactly. If you was born with this, wouldn't you be like 9 years old knowing that you were bisexual?
I think that is more common with people who are like, just homosexual, as opposed to people who are bisexual who are attracted to both. I think that's a little later because typically they are attracted to the opposite, and then under the conditions based on society, which is heteronormative, They don't. There's not that big of an incongruence with that because a part of them does fall in line with the heteronormative society standards, right? So they don't really think about that until later on when they realize that they're also attracted to people of the same sex, right? So that's why it typically does occur later on, right?
which technically is a choice because eventually you
You're talking.
decide.
You're talking about. Are you confusing bisexuality as being the same to those that aren't bisexual? Because you're talking about a choice, which you may be misleaded into thinking that because of people who are bisexual, or it can look like that it's a choice. Like bisexual people may make it seem like it's a choice because they are attracted to both, therefore they can choose between the two. But that doesn't apply to those that aren't bisexual. If you are only attracted to one sex or gender, then that's what you're attracted to. There's no like switching. Just like you would not find a man attractive. I'm assuming that you're Jay, is that you? I just wanted to clarify. I think that's you. No one is no one is switching, right? You
Yeah,
not
okay.
like you wouldn't just like date. I'm assuming you're straight, right?
Yeah. I
Okay.
chose to be straight.
You're not gonna go out and start dating men now, are you?
No, because I choose to be straight.
Oh, you choose to be. Why do you choose to be straight?
Because I'm attracted to females.
Yeah, because you're attracted. Where does your attraction come from?
It comes from an emotion.
Yeah. What produces that emotion?
I'm gonna say kind of I'm gonna say what I was introduced to as a kid. To be honest with you, and I'm gonna also say what I have like planned out as in what's the word? Basically like dreams and stuff, things I look forward to, like as far as having kids and having a family and stuff like that, just based off of thoughts. So I'm
Thoughts.
attracted.
Where do your thoughts come from?
They come from my head, which is where you make choices at.
Yeah. What is in your head?
A brain.
Yeah. What is your brain made up of?
I actually don't even know what that shit is.
Yeah, your brain is up of neural connections, neurotransmitters, lobes, right? It's based in science. So if this is responsible for attraction, and you were born with the setup that your brain has, which is then responsible for attraction in order to determine who you're attracted to and who you're not attracted to, how on earth is it a choice?
Because one day you can wake up and say you want to try something and you just do it. That's a
That
choice.
does not happen. Also, Willow, are you Jay, by the way?
There's just I think people.
Wait, one second. Hello? Jay, is that you?
Me.
Willow. Oh, sorry. I thought you were somebody else.
Oh no.
Sorry, I thought you were somebody else. My bad. I'll bring you up in a bit.
There's people out here called trisexuals. That means they will literally try. They will have sex with anything. I've met a person like that in real life. He would fuck guys. He would fuck dudes. He would fuck animals. He's attracted to anything he wants to do. It's called trisexuals. He would try anything.
What the actual fuck?
This is your community, by the way. You're fucking damaging.
I have
society,
never
bro.
heard of that.
That's a real thing. That's an actual real thing.
Yeah, name a source for that.
I'm pretty sure you can go search this up on Google. I didn't even know about this until the day I was introduced to this person.
Yeah, so you don't have a support to back up that claim?
Like 2, 3, 4, 5 guys told me this shit about him.
So not a credible source. Not a credible source.
You can look this up on Google. I've seen videos of people talking about this shit. I don't know if it's called trisexual.
Not a source. Not a source.
I'm serious. What the? Gay is not a source.
Nobody said that gay is a source. What are you talking about at this point?
What are you saying, source? You acting like this shit is some type of controversial type of shit. It's a fucking
being gay and being homosexual has been proven by science. What are you talking about?
Bro.
If it's a choice, can you choose to be if it's a choice, can you choose to be gay?
I just already said that shit, bro. You just coming over here about to repeat some other shit.
So since you can choose to be gay, would you go on a date with your best friend? Male best friend? It's a choice, right? Go on a date with him. Go sleep with him.
You confusing me now, because
I mean, sounds like you are.
I mean, listen, if you're not against that, maybe you're not so straight.
no, she's confusing me. I'm against it 100%, but she's confusing me.
Well, you said
But why are you against it?
I'm against it because that's not me. I'm not
Why
saying.
is it not? Why is it not you?
I'm not against your community. Like, bro, I know plenty of people that are gay. I fuck with a lot of gay people. No bullshit. Like, y'all be cool as shit. No bullshit. Some of y'all be cool as shit. Some of y'all be extra. But
my
some of y'all be
question
cool
is,
as
can
shit.
you
But she's
do it? Can you
confusing me, though.
choose to be gay? Since it's a choice.
Did me and what is your name, Emily? Me and Emily talked about this when I first got on here.
Emily and I.
Oh my God! Here you go, just proper shit, bro. It's the same meaning. God, leave, bro. What the fuck?
That's just me instigating.
It's the same meaning, bro. It's the same meaning. Bro. I had A's and B's in school. I'm not a fucking dumbass.
Okay.
Come on, bro. I'm not a dumbass. I paid attention in school, bro. I passed
I'm
tests
happy
without
for
cheating.
you.
I passed
But
tests without
can
cheating.
you, like
I'm not a
Emily asked
fucking
you,
dumbass.
like Emily has asked you multiple times, can you prove a source about that trisexual, please? I would love to learn more about that.
Bro, I already told you. I learned this shit in real life.
Okay.
Like
Well,
you motherfucker, you want to go? You want me to say go on this website and read about it? You don't have to go on the website and read about your fucking body parts, did you? You didn't have to go on the website and read about that you wanted to do whatever you wanted to do with your life, did you? You learned more research in person. I seen this shit in person. This is a real person that exists.
Yo, the galaxy.
This is a real person that exists.
Wait, listen. I know you want to drop, and I will, but I'll just give Katie 2 minutes. Go ahead, Katie.
Hey, EMW, I got some questions for you. So, would you consider mythology to be a fairy tale?
I'm gonna be real. Explain that shit real quick. Mythology.
Okay, do you know what mythologies are? Like Greek myths, Roman myths, stuff like that?
Okay, yeah.
Would you consider them to be fairy tales?
I can't say yeah, because bro, we exist. So anything could be possible, really.
Okay, so if Disney took a story and it was a story that dealt with queer entities, would you be okay with that being put on the big screen or in the TV show?
As far as to inform, cool. But
I'm talking about as far as education.
As far as education, yes.
Okay, and what about as far as entertainment? Because remember, I mean, Hercules, for example, does come from a Greek myth, right?
Right.
And we know that Disney has used that for its movies, books, and TV shows, right?
Right, but Hercules wasn't gay.
I mean, this is what I'm getting to. This comes from Greek myths, right?
Right.
You are aware that there were LGBTQ Greek gods and entities, right?
Of course. This shit, nothing's new under the sun.
Okay, so would you be okay with them making a story about that?
No.
Why not? You're okay with the straight ones. Why not the gay ones?
Oh, wait, my bad. I didn't mean to answer that shit. I didn't mean to say no. I meant to say yes. My fault.
Okay, so you would be okay with Disney making a story about gay beings, right?
Yes, I said this to Emily.
Okay, making sure. Okay, what about African ones?
Yes, bro. Me and Emily has already had this conversation.
Okay,
It's not
okay,
about,
just
it's not
making
about
sure.
the sexuality. It's about the explicit content. When I told Emily what I was against, I said I was against the explicit content that they that they put on TV with this shit.
Okay, so
that means heterosexual and homosexual.
And and you're against that for kids, right?
Yes.
So give me an example where that's geared toward kids.
Because they have access to it, bro. When I was a kid, I was watching shit that I wasn't supposed to watch.
That's literally life. Your parents should have done a better job monitoring your internet use. So I'm going to go to the next point.
Exactly. Which
your
parents are doing a terrible, or even more worse job doing.
That means your parents failed you, not society. Next point. What is this mess about trisexuality and animals? What's with that? Let's investigate that for
I'm not blaming it on fucking society, bro. What was your question, bro?
It is society. Your parents didn't watch you. Your parents didn't watch you.
I'm not blaming it on society, bro.
I'm blaming it on your parents.
Listen, bro. Chill out.
I
For
said
real.
what I said what I said. I'm blaming it on your
Chill out,
parents.
bro. For real, chill out.
If your parents were not monitoring your internet usage, that's on them.
They didn't fail me, bro.
They
Trust me.
failed you.
If you knew who I was in real life,
No,
you would
they
take that
failed
shit
you.
back. You
I
would
don't
take
care who
that
you are
shit
in
back.
real
I
life. They
promise
failed
you.
you.
Yeah, if
And
you
you are a minor.
if you
You are a
knew me in
minor
real
watching.
life, if you
You
knew
are a
the people
minor.
who are
Calm
behind me
down.
in real life,
Calm
you
down.
would take that shit back.
Calm down.
I'm
I do not.
calm. I'm calm.
Okay.
Oh, believe
So
me, I'm
let's
calm.
take it back down to a one.
I'm
The
calm.
point is
This shit would have been off this whole
the
shit after a
point
while.
is the point is your parents should have watched you, correct?
They did watch me.
Okay, and you were still able to see inappropriate things on the internet, right?
If I wanted to, bro. I was outside.
But
What
did
are you
you?
talking about? I was outside, bro.
Did you?
If I wanted to,
No. I'm not worried about if. Did you? Yes or no?
if I wanted to.
Okay, Emily, I'm done with this fool. Please.
Okay,
I
well,
just answered your question,
He's not
someone
in
bro.
did
good
say the
faith.
galaxy.
I just
So
answered
you're
your
off.
question.
He's not
You're
in
off,
good faith.
Alex.
What's the point?
Someone did send a galaxy, so that means you're off. Thank you, Katie.
No problem.
All right, thank you, both of you. I will
Going back to work.
going back to work. Have a good one, guys. Okay, let's see, who do we have next here? How old are you?
I'm 27.
27. Okay. Do you have an issue with the LGBTQIA plus community?
Yes, I have a few problems with the community and everything. Okay, so for example, I'm asexual, so I just don't understand why asexuals are included in the community.
Why should they not be included?
Because it's a lack of a sexuality. It's not saying that it's not an alternative to a sexuality, it's a lack of a sexuality.
Do you accept non-binary people?
Yes, they can be a part of the
What about non-binary
LGBT.
people that are agender?
That they can also be a part of like the LGBTQ if they
Okay,
choose
so
to.
why? Thank you so much. I appreciate it. So why do you accept people who have a lack of gender, but not people who have a lack of a sexuality? And you do
That's
realize
because
that asexual is not necessarily a lack of sexuality. They do have
that's
a
what I'm saying. It's a
sexuality.
lack
They do have an
thereof.
attraction. They just don't engage in the act of sexual intercourse.
No, no, as an asexual, okay, because I am 100% asexual and I have been asexual my entire life. Like I'm not even a I kind of look at people this way a little bit and I kind of want to have sex with the thought doesn't cross my mind. It's like, yes, I can get like an erection and everything and I can get like sexually stimulated. However, I do not choose to have sex or I'm not like
Yeah, that's what I'm
attracted to
referring to.
sexually.
But
Yeah,
you
I'm
still
not.
you still have romantic attraction, right?
No, I'm aromantic as well.
Oh, so you just don't want to be in a relationship with anybody?
No, I have tried to be in relationships before when I was like younger and everything.
Okay.
Being in relationships, the only reason it didn't work was because of me. It's like I just feel like I could never in any relationship give my all to anybody. It does not matter who it is. Like because of the simple
Okay.
fact that they're always going to be chasing something that I can't give them. Like I can't fulfill it. And it's like the being a part of the LGBTQ community is like I just don't feel like being an asexual should just be LGBTQ. Like I don't feel like
IA.
I mean
But the thing is that that's still a part. It's on the scale though. Like the fact
yeah,
that
but
you don't have any attraction sexually or romantically, that's a part of it, right? And people overlook that, but it doesn't mean that you're not like invalid, right? And we recognize that within the community. That doesn't matter whether you have attraction or you don't have attraction, you are still recognized and you are still part of a marginalized community that people will overlook because the majority of society are not asexual. You would agree
But
with
I
that, right?
disagree with that. I know I disagree with being like recognized as LGBTQIA because that's just like saying because I have a lack of a sexuality. That's just like saying the straight community can recognize me as well.
Yeah,
That's
but
just because it's the opposite.
you recognize a lack of gender. So why would you recognize a lack of gender, but not recognize a lack of romantic attraction or a lack of sexual attraction?
I recognize it. I'm not even saying that it's the LGBTQ is for even them, like because of the simple fact, even if they
But they
lack a
fall
gender,
under the non-binary category.
right? Okay, I understand that. Even if they lack a gender, or say I'm agender, or I choose to be non-binary or gender non-conforming.
Wait, do you
Even if
think
they
people
say
choose to be
that,
non-binary?
I don't think I can't really like answer that 100% because if certain people say that they choose to be non-binary, and some people just say that you just feel
Do you
that way.
think people choose to be transgender?
I feel like people choose to transition, but not to be transgender. No.
Okay, so what's the difference then when you're talking about non-binary? Non-binary people do fall under the trans umbrella.
Okay, but you know, let me explain. Like I gotta explain. Like when it comes down to somebody who is non-binary, they can still have a sexual attraction to a person, and if they are, you know, they can still be non-binary
Okay.
and still be. They could be born a man or born a woman, right? And they could still be attracted to the same sex that, you know, the same sex and everything.
Yeah,
Even though now they
people who are
identify.
asexual could also be transgender. Or, you know, so again, like
Yes, I
I don't see
understand.
the point.
I understand that. But people can still be transgender. Yes, being asexual, you can still be transgender at the end of the day. However, when you're transgender and asexual, you're still a part of the LGBTQ community because of the simple fact you're transitioning, and it still has to do with like your sex and everything. That has nothing to do with, because if you're transitioning and you're asexual, you don't plan on like having any type of sexual attraction towards anyone whatsoever. Like you just don't naturally have that sexual attraction towards them. So therefore, you can be a transgender, like that's still a part of the community. However, the asexual part is not, because that's completely different. It's like when people being gender non-conforming, they can still be attracted sexually to that person, and they can still be attracted sexually to both of those, you know, genders and everything. However, when you're asexual, it's the lack thereof. So it's like I'm not attracted to men, I'm not attracted to women, I'm not attracted to just one or the other.
Yeah.
Right. So it's like I don't understand why asexual is a part of the LGBTQ. Like it's
But where does it state that the community has to be represented around the presence of sexuality exclusively?
You said where does it what?
Yeah, where does it state in the community or in this whatever criteria you want to give that the presence of sexuality has to be like
Because
exclusive?
it's all based on alternative to the hetero norms. Like
Yeah.
it's literally alternative.
Isn't asexual also alternative to the norm
It's
of heterosexuality?
alternative to all of it, not just being straight. It's alternative to being gay as well. It's alternative to being a lesbian. It's alternative to being gay. It's alternative to being straight. It's alternative to it altogether.
But we still
alternative.
recognize them as not part of a majority, right? They're marginalized. We
Yes, I
recognize them because they're
understand.
part of a marginalized community.
Yeah, but they are
People react and they look at asexuals in a certain way.
exactly.
Yes.
They look at us a certain way because of the simple fact we are not a part of any of it, whether it's a heterosexual or a alternative to heterosexuality. Like we are not any of that. Like we are the lack of that. So it's like we can't be really, because it's the same thing as saying, oh, so you're straight. Or we recognize you in the straight community because you're not gay, so we recognize you in the straight community. It's the same thing as saying, oh, you're not straight, so we recognize you in the LGBT community. And it
is a part of sexuality.
but it's not.
It is. A lack
It's
of sexuality is still part of a sexuality. It's just on a different scale. It's on the other side of it, right? It's on the scale of the presence of sexuality, the absence of sexuality, right?
right.
Okay, asexual is just merely on the other side of the spectrum that says it's an absence of sexuality, but it's still on the sexuality spectrum.
So why being heterosexual is also on the sexual scale? How is being asexual exclusive to the LGBTQ, which is the alternative. This is what I'm trying to like explain. Like,
It's not
yes, it's
exclusive. The
on.
reason why it's in the community because it's to do with sexuality, and they are part of a marginalized community, right? That has been seen to be different, and as because they are seen to be different, they are treated as such. And so
They're
we
also different
recognize
than the
that this
LGBTQ,
difference, and we include them in that to give them representation, to
but
fight
we're
back
not the
against the
same
oppression.
thing. Like asexual is not the same thing as anybody in the LGBTQ. Like we are not the same thing. It's like we're not the same thing as a straight person. We're not the same thing as a bisexual, and we're not the same
Yeah,
thing
that's why
as a
you have your
lesbian
own
person.
letter. That's why you have
It
your own letter.
should be included,
Because
is
we
what I'm trying to
recognize it as
explain.
something different.
But it shouldn't be included at all. Like, why is it included? It should not be included. You don't put SLGBTQIA, like straight people aren't included in the LGBTQ. I'm just not understanding why
Did
it's
someone call for an
included.
asexual?
Yeah, so we're talking about the validity of including asexuals within the LGBTQIA
Ooh.
plus. We have another asexual down below right here who thinks it shouldn't be included. So I thought that
What?
and I think all of you are asexual, so you can have a discussion.
No, whoa. First, I need to correct something. I'm not asexual. I'm aromantic and agender, but not asexual.
Sorry, but I think he also
Okay.
mentioned something about aromantic as well being
Yes.
included in the
Yes, I am romantic.
Okay.
Why don't you go
So
first,
go ahead
Cat,
and
please?
tell the class why you think asexuality should be included.
I think asexuality should not be included in the LGBTQ exclusively because of the simple fact it's the lack of asexuality. At me being asexual, and then for me personally, I feel like a lot of people who claim to be asexual are usually asexual or claim that they're asexual at a certain point in time, and then they just transition into being either bisexual or or homosexual. Usually, a lot of the time, that's with my experience. That's how it has went with people who, because I try to
Okay.
find a community of people who are asexuals. So, because you want to know what like type of people are like you. So you want to like have that like community and be knowledgeable about a community of people who are like you. And
Okay.
if you like pay attention, well, I have paid attention to like the past people that I have like came across and everything. They use it as like a blanket or like
Emily,
somewhere like a
you do
comfort zone.
understand that asexuality is a spectrum, right? You do get that.
Asexuality is definitely a spectrum. However,
And it's an
if you're
umbrella
choosing,
term. And there's no
it's depending on how
choosing.
you're using it.
What?
But yes,
No,
it's definitely
you
an umbrella
either
term
are or
depending on
you're
how you're
not.
using it.
There's no. This is kind of silly. And actually, I find it really hyper problematic because there are individuals like you who are furthering the ace erasure within the community by saying this kind of shit. So, like, I don't know who you're hanging out with who has, like, exposed you to whatever it is you are claiming, but if you actually understand asexuality, it is absolutely a spectrum, it is an umbrella term, and it's not just the lack of sexual attraction. You should know that.
It's definitely the lack of sexual attraction. I know that for 100% because I've been asexual my
Maybe
whole
for
life.
you, I mean, so am I. I'm
Okay,
sexual, so I don't want anything to do with it.
okay, let me ask you a question. Where in asexuality, with you being an asexual and you have been an asexual your entire life, where in asexuality do you find any sexual attraction towards any person whatsoever?
Have you ever heard of gray aces and demi aces?
That's what I'm saying. It depends on those are not just asexual to where it's like
Yes, they
I'm
are.
just asexual. Like those are
They
gray
are.
asexuals. Those are gray
They are
asexuals. They are
okay. Do you understand what an umbrella term is?
yes. You're
You
choosing
seem to be
like terms under the umbrella term now. Like
Okay,
I'm
hold
not
on.
like stupid or anything like that.
Santiago?
I'm not saying you are, but
Santiago, may we please let's
And
just
then
let's
and
just
now like I'm getting
Santiago.
insulted. I'm getting insulted for what reason? Like what is the reason I'm getting insulted?
Santiago, let's just
No one is assaulting you.
I said
Like, what the fuck?
insulted.
Oh, I was gonna say what? Carry on.
by who?
You just call me stupid.
I literally said you are not. You said the word for yourself. I did not call you that word. Please do not put words in my mouth.
All right,
Okay.
let's Katie say something. Go ahead, Katie.
Santiago, so if you agree, if you're in agreement that it's a spectrum, right? Would you also agree that being asexual is a would make you a sexual as far as sexuality goes, a minority?
Being asexual makes you a minority, yes.
Yes. So, and what does LGBTQ deal with? Minorities, right?
No, they
Sex and
don't.
gender-based
No,
minorities, do
no,
they not?
no, no. LGBTQ does not deal with minority exclusively. They deal with alternative lifestyle. It's alternative
They
lifestyle.
deal.
It's not
They will.
a minority.
Okay,
Why are
this
they?
is a
Why
problem.
are they alternative lifestyles? Is it because they're
It's not a
minority?
lifestyle.
No, right? Oh my God, it's too many people saying so many things at once.
It's
I thought
just
we were talking to
Go
him. I
ahead,
thought me
Katie.
and him were
Sorry.
talking.
okay.
With LGBTQ, the reason that they are dealing with alternative versus minority is because of the simple fact it's an alternative to a hetero norm. It's the alternative to what society tries to put out there. They try to push this like, like this is normal to be straight and you have to be straight. And if you're not straight, then there's something wrong with you.
Yeah,
They
which is
push
what
that
minority,
narrative,
which is what they would call a minority.
but it's basically dealing with alternative. It's not
It is a
minority. It has
minority.
nothing to
Yes.
do with,
Yes,
yes,
it
it's a
does.
minority at the same time.
Okay, there
However,
you
that's
go.
not what it
So
is
now we
specifically
hit. Now
dealing with.
you finally got the point. They are a minority. Now LGBTQ deals with minorities of certain types. You have your gender minorities, you have your romantic minorities, and your sexual minorities. Correct?
You have the minorities, but it deals with
What are
alternative
the
lifestyle.
what are the groups of minorities? Gender,
Can you
sexuality,
please quit
and
using the
romance.
term
Correct?
minority? Yes,
Can
they
you
are
please stop
minorities.
using the term lifestyle, because you should know that's not what this is.
Yeah, it's
Who uses the
not.
term
A
lifestyle?
lifestyle, a lifestyle recommends suggests that it's a choice. Did you make the choice to be asexual?
I said a heteronorm lifestyle. Like that has nothing to do with being gay and
Nobody.
everything, and it being bisexual. That has nothing to do with that being a choice. I said a heteronorm lifestyle, meaning people can still be gay, but they choose to live a certain way and try to make a perception that they are straight. That is a lifestyle. Like
That's
I
because
said,
of
everybody's
heteronorm.
going against the heteronorm lifestyle.
That's
It has
because
nothing to do with anything else.
that's because that's because they live within the heteronormative framework, either because they feel like they're not safe or because they know they're not safe. Now, once again,
Okay,
you have those three groups.
all I'm
You
going back
have those
on
three
is
groups
when she just
minorities.
said calling it a lifestyle.
I'm not a
That's
she, but
I only
okay.
can.
Yeah,
Okay,
go.
sorry for misgendering you. What do you
Thank
identify
you.
as?
They, them. Thank you.
Okay, they just said
Same
that.
here, by the way.
Okay, they just said that. And can we stop using the word lifestyle? The word is proper to use in this situation. Oh, that's all I was trying to break down.
It's not.
You keep pivoting. Everybody keep pivoting and jumping all
Nobody's
over the place.
pivoting.
We're not staying on one topic.
Nobody's
All I want
pivoting.
to talk about is how it's not exclusively dealing with minority. It's not like
Nobody said this exclusively about
you
minority. We're saying
did
that they're
because you're not
minority
using
group.
the word you're not using the word. What is the word?
I'm not using your narrative, correct? Because it's an
No,
incorrect
it's
narrative.
not that you're not using my narrative. It's that you're using the word minority instead of alternative. Like it's an
No,
alternative
yes, you're right.
lifestyle.
Once again, it goes into the fact that I am not using your narrative. We are a minority group. Just like you and I, and I'm assuming this
So are
based
you
off your
not? Are you
voice,
not an
just
alternative
like
group?
how, based off your voice, I'm assuming you are black, correct?
No, I'm Puerto Rican. My name
Oh,
is
you're Puerto
Santiago.
Rican? Okay, hey, I want to make sure. Okay, so you're Puerto Rican. Now, as far as American goes, are not you and I, because I'm black, you're Puerto Rican, are we not minorities in America?
Yes, we are minorities in
Okay.
America.
Okay, and we are racial minorities in America, correct?
Yes, we are racial minorities in America.
Okay, and we being queer people would be a minority as well. Do you understand that?
I accepted that fact already. And yes, you are a minority. Being a queer person, it doesn't not matter if you're queer, bisexual, gay, or lesbian.
All of them are
You
minorities,
are a
right?
minority. Yes,
Exactly.
that's not my point. Like, that's
No
it's
need
like
for you to say
it's like you're trying to get me to
lifestyle.
accept that, and it's like I already accepted that.
Okay, so then there's no need for the alternative lifestyle bit.
But it is also
Earlier-
so you're not alternative.
I mean, not in that sense, no.
So you're not alternative
No, in
to
that sense, no.
a heterosexual norm. You're not an
Not in that
alternative.
sense, no.
So what is the difference between
I
a
mean, you know there's different
heterosexual
types of
community?
alternatives, right?
What's the difference between a heterosexual community and a LGBTQ community if they are not alternative to the majority?
If one is not. Oh, you mean LGBTQ? Okay. What is the point? What is the? I'm sorry, I'm not tracking what
No,
exactly you're trying
They're
to say.
minorities.
I didn't.
Yeah.
Oh, we came to that point.
Yeah, we're
What I'm
minorities.
trying to explain is if what are they if they are not an alternative to a heterosexual
Minority.
we came to that point, but it just like
Answered your
you can be it
question.
does not matter if they are a minority, they're still
It
looked
does
at as
matter
an
if we're a
alternative.
minority.
They formed a whole community because of the simple
Okay.
fact they are alternative.
Why are you wedded to the idea of being
How are you
alternative?
oh, 1 second. How are you defining alternative?
Yeah, why are you wedded
Alternative
to it?
alternative based on what is seen by society as a whole as the norm. Like it's seen by society as a whole as
That's not the whole definition of alternative, right?
Yeah,
If you want, you could talk about an alternative country that could have the same amount of population, the same demographic, but you could say it's an alternative country to America. If you look at, for
Right.
example, like Russia or Canada, right?
Okay.
That's still in the same normative guidelines criteria as everyone else, but it's alternative because it's not America, right? You do see how there could be alternative options that aren't necessarily marginalized or not necessarily minorities, right?
But that's how it's looked
Yeah,
at
I think there's an
in
equality
the
problem here.
LGBTQ, and that's how it's looked at in general, though. That's what you're not
Yeah, that's why
understanding.
they're a minority, not just simply alternative. They're a minority because minority specifically targets the fact that it is seen to be not within the norm, right, from society. That's why it's called
Because it's
minority because
alternative.
they're
Like, what do you mean?
because they're it's not because they're alternative, it's because they're marginalized. It's not simply because it's
Why?
alternative.
So you're telling me because I'm not looked at as a Puerto Rican and he's not looked at as a black as a normal.
they aren't, but okay. Go off.
So you're telling because we're looked at different that's what makes us a minority because we're looked at different.
No,
I mean,
because you are seen to not fit in with the normative guidelines of the
Exactly, which
society,
makes
and you
right.
face certain prejudices and discrimination because of your demographic. Okay, that is
I
what makes
don't-
you a minority.
Oh
I
my!
don't understand why you're
but that's
viewing
the
your own
point. That's
existence.
a
Hold on,
complete
Santiago,
point.
Wait,
please
hold
let-
on,
That's
hold
a
on.
let
complete
Cloud
point
say
that I'm trying to make. That's a
Wait,
complete
San
point.
Diego, 1 second. Go ahead,
Can you
talk out.
stop talking over me? Thank you. Why are you looking at your own lived experience through the lens that you do not live in? Why
It's
are
not
you
my
looking
own
at
lived
your experience?
experience.
Hold on. Why are you looking through your experience through a heteronormative lens? You are not a hetero individual.
By definition, you
Are
are
you
not.
am I like allowed to answer now?
I mean, I wasn't stopping you. I was just saying, by definition, you're not. That's all.
By definition, you are not a heterosexual person.
Okay, therefore I shouldn't be accepted in any LGBTQ as a LGBTQ member either. If I'm not accepted in a heterosexual,
you are.
oh my God. If I'm not accepted in a heterosexual community, I should not be accepted in the LGBTQ community.
Do you have sex
because-
with the
Oh
opposite
my
gender?
God.
Nobody's
I
saying
should not
that.
be accepted in the LGBTQ
No,
community.
you should. You
because
are.
of this.
It's okay to be a part of us. You're not gonna
I
be
don't.
hurt.
I know.
It's
You're,
not.
like,
It's not a
advocating
problem
for
because
your
I
own-
support the LGBTQ
Santiago,
community.
please
Like,
know what
I
you're
really
saying.
don't understand why you're fighting for exclusion.
Yeah. Are you gonna vote for the? Are you gonna vote for the leopards eating faces party? Because I think you're gonna vote for the leopards eating faces party.
I don't
You're
vote.
fighting for
I
your
don't vote
own
for oppressors.
erasure.
I'm sorry. I don't do that. I'm not about
Okay,
to say
Santiago, you are voting.
That's not what we're saying.
Listen,
You're literally advocating for your own erasure. You get that
no,
right?
I'm not. Like, and then
Yes,
that's
you
another
are.
thing. That's another thing with you. We are not the same type of asexual. So therefore, you're not going to see it through the same lens as me. And you're trying
Yeah,
to
but I
like,
understand this community that I'm a part of, which you don't seem
okay,
to, which is
okay.
concerning.
And if you don't have a problem being a part of the LGBT community, good on you. My thing is, it's improper to sit here and say that asexuals should be included in the LGBTQ community.
Then you're advocating for
Exclusively
asexual erasure.
because of the simple fact.
I think I know a nice middle ground here. Hey, Santiago, why don't you an asexual person go off and make the leopard eating faces
I
party.
don't know what
Well,
that means. What is the leopard eating
hold on. Let me
faces? I
finish.
have no clue.
Let me finish. Make the asexual wing of the leopards eating faces party, and you go do your thing and get your face eaten off by leopards, and
What
let
is
the rest of
what?
the
I have
asexuals just
no
live their
clue.
life.
I have no clue what that even is. I literally don't know.
It's a meme. I do recommend you look it up. Look up leopards eating faces party.
Okay, sure. All I'm, and then it's not the fact of I'm not trying to like fight for like exclusivity or inexclusivity or anything like that. It's the fact that
That's what
and
this is.
I'm also not living my life through any type of like straight because it's a huge problem with misogyny. It's a huge problem with people judging people just because they transition or just because they how they want to live their life or because they choose to not identify themselves as male or female or men and women. If people,
So your exclusion is to just discriminate?
no,
Just
it
please
has
go vote
why
for the leopards eating faces
wait, can I
party,
say
please.
something? Why are you trying to like make it as if everything that I'm trying to say is like derogatory or like negative or
Because it is.
anything? It doesn't have a
You're
negative connotation,
advocating.
but it
You're
doesn't.
advocating for the exclusion of a demographic.
Of which you're a part of.
For no
That makes you-
justification, for no
I'll
sound
take it.
reasoning.
That makes you
Right?
the Uncle Ruckus. That makes you the Uncle Ruckus.
No,
You know,
that doesn't.
you
Yeah,
want to
Uncle Ruckus.
separate people instead of unite people, and to me that never
No,
makes any
people
sense.
should be united
Why
and
do you want to
everything
get rid of a demographic
Then
of
stop
people?
trying
because
to
it's not.
sever us
It's
from a
not the. It's
community we belong in.
okay. It was it 3v1. Like, am I getting attacked?
It's
Or can I talk to
look,
one person at a
3v1 is
time?
easy to do. 3v1 is easy to do if you have any kind of facts. I did a 5v1 yesterday and came out fine.
Oh,
So
that's
don't
that's
complain.
good on you. If they were able to control a 5v1, that's perfect for you. However, I can't believe. Can we please just talk one at a
Santiago,
time?
you do understand that who is not heterosexual, anyone who is not heterosexual belongs in the community. That's the point.
Yeah.
No, that's not the point.
And quite
literally is the
frankly,
point.
you could
No, it's really
advocate that
not.
there are also some heterosexual people within the community.
It deals with sexuality. We are the opposite as asexuals. We are the opposite of the
We are not.
LGBTQ, and we are the opposite of
You're a sexual
straight people.
minority. I'm
You
sorry, you're a
are
sexual.
We're the opposite of both. We are the
You're
opposite
not
of
the
both
opposite
of
of
both
both.
communities.
Do you also then believe that the LGB should be separated from the T?
No. Why
Why
would it
not?
be?
Interesting.
They represent. Why
Okay,
not?
listen.
They represent two different things. They're not the same. So why would you include them in the same community? One's
Because, for
sexuality,
example,
one's identity. So why are they together?
if you would like let me explain, and this is one of the reasons you separate asexuality because somebody can be transgender, like we just discussed before. If they are transgender by default, they're going to be looked at as homosexual by default. If like Caitlyn Jenner, for example, if Caitlyn Jenner only dates women, right? That is looked at as a lesbian. If Caitlyn Jenner was born a man, it's not what. So is Caitlyn Jenner not a lesbian? Is Caitlyn Jenner not a lesbian? If Caitlyn Jenner only
Why
dates
are
women?
you conflating sexuality with gender identity? That makes no sense. They're not the same.
Do you think they're the same?
The silence is pregnant.
And you transition into it does not matter if you transition from male to female or female to male. You still belong in the LGBTQ community because no matter what, you are going to be looked at as queer.
Yes, and by the way, Emily, we can't hear you. I don't know if
Are
you're
you
trying
talking, Emily?
Emily, we cannot
Emily,
hear you.
you are muted, but also it doesn't say you're muted. I feel like she can't hear us.
I know. Poor Emily. Oh, there we go. Now we can hear you.
Oh, is it? Are we back now? I don't know what
I
the
think
fuck
so.
happened to my life.
You're back.
Don't you put Cloudcat 9 in there? That was you.
No, I know. I don't know what happened. It went quiet. Like I was
like your
very
mic
confused.
disconnected.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So what did I miss? It just went quiet for me. Did you click or
So
something?
I said it doesn't matter. Okay, with gender identity and everything, with transgenders specifically, because gender identity is also under our umbrella spectrum. Transgenders specifically are
Transgender
still a part
people.
of
Transgender people.
Yeah.
specifically.
We're not transgenders, just like we're not blacks. We're not we're not browns. Transgender people.
Transgender people who transition from male to female or female to male are still a part of the LGBTQ community because no matter what, they are still going to be looked at as queer. It does not matter. That's why the
Not
Q is
necessarily.
also.
That's not
Yeah.
true.
Okay. So how in what manner
What is your
would
definition
they
of
not be
queer?
looked?
What is your
Because
definition of queer?
The definition of queer is anything, all of it, like anything that has to do with, okay, I might be curious a little bit, or I might have a crush on the girl, or I'm bisexual, or I'm gay, or I do this, or like all of it, like it all fits under there, like it's all under the LGBTQ. That's why all I'm saying, the only reason I feel like asexual should not be a part of it, and I got
Do you not
attacked.
think that
The only
asexuals will
reason
be looked at as queer as well?
asexuals won't be looked at as queer because of the simple fact we have no sexual attraction towards anybody.
they are seen as that though because of the fact that they are not heterosexual.
But what makes them queer is what I'm asking you. Like what makes us queer? How are we queer?
Anything, basically it refers to describe any sexual gender identities other than straight and cisgender. So typically, anybody that's not straight or cisgender is queer. So the fact that you are not straight makes you queer.
That makes
That is the
absolutely no sense to
literal
me.
definition.
Okay, so
But
then
by
why
the
would it be an A?
you are
If
part of
it's
the
a
community.
Q, why would it be an A?
What?
Why is there an A? If Q covers all of that, why is it an A?
Because some
Because
people
it's a separate demographic.
Yeah.
Okay, so why are they separated if Q covers that?
Q can cover several things, including questioning and queer, and an A covers at least three: the asexual, aromantic, and agender.
Yeah, and also queer can also be an umbrella term, right? That represents it all. It
Mhm.
represents the
Yeah.
L, it represents the B, it represents the G, it represents all of it, right?
So then that
it's
means
just like
there's
an
no point of
overview
Q.
letter. That's why there's individuals as well.
That means there would be no point of Q.
What?
If
There is
it
a Q because
represents
it's an umbrella for
everything,
those that may not necessarily know exactly what letter they are, or it may be vague, or they may be questioning. So then they just label, or they may not want to give themselves a label, so they could just say, I'm queer, right? That's what the Q
so
is
let
for.
that be the definition of it then. Quit trying to put A and Q together as A and Q
But
are
that is the
just
definition. When you look up queer, that's the definition because it represents any sexual or gender identities other than straight or cisgender. So by that definition, asexual is not straight. So it makes it
it's
queer.
a sexual identity. If you identify
Yes,
as
but it's
something
not
sexually,
straight. It's not straight.
asexual is the lack of, not it's not the
Yes,
same thing
which
as
makes
identifying
it
as.
not straight.
We
And
had this
queer is
conversation.
talking about any sexual identity that isn't straight, and asexual isn't straight. So by that
Sexual
definition,
identity.
it
That's the
makes
part that
it
you're missing.
queer. It
That's
makes
the
it
part.
queer.
Yes, I agree with that.
Okay,
That's the
so
part. The
if it
part that you're
makes it
missing.
queer, that means it is part of the community because it falls under the umbrella of the Q.
The part that you're missing and why they are separated is because of the simple fact sexual identity. If you are identifying yourself sexually, asexual is not a sexual identity. It's the lack of a sexual identity. Do you not understand?
I hate how no stop. I'm so tired of you just glossing and generalizing over the entire community. Like again, we established, and you know this, that it is a spectrum. So to pigeonhole everybody like it's just there's nothing there is really harmful, and you're literally erasing a bunch of the community, and that's really
I'm not
shitty.
erasing anything. I'm not erasing anything
Yes, you
because
are.
we're not even the same type of asexual. So it's like
It doesn't matter.
we
It doesn't matter. That's why it's an umbrella
don't
term.
even we don't
You
even
agreed to that.
see asexual the same because we're not even the same asexual.
Well,
You're
yeah,
great
I don't
asexual
actually
or whatever
advocate.
asexual you identify as because you're under an umbrella term. I'm asexual
So
just
are
in
you.
general.
We are the
Yeah,
same.
no,
We're the
I'm not. I'm not gray asexual. I'm not gray
I didn't say
asexual.
I
Anything
was.
like that. You said
not
that
good
there
at
is an
looking.
umbrella term of these different and when we talked
Yes.
about it earlier. Okay, so what do you identify as under the
I'm the
umbrella
same
term
as
of
you.
asexuality? So
But
you
you're
don't
not good at
identify as a
listening.
gray asexual.
I do not. I don't know where you got that from.
So if you have no sexual attraction towards anybody or anybody at all, and you have never had a sexual attraction towards anybody at all,
Nope.
Why do you feel so strongly that asexuals are a part of the LGBTQ?
Because exactly what Emily said. We are not heterosexual, period.
I
That's
for-
it.
I
Also,
forgot
We should
also,
how.
all understand this by now.
I just like to put a point. Why are you sexualizing the community?
Why am I doing what?
Yeah, this.
Yeah, you're basically reducing the LGBTQIA down to simply solely sexual things. Why are you not referring to the fact that because the community can represent other things other than sexual activity? Because your definition of erasing asexuals is because they don't partake in sexual activity. Why is that the defining character to kick them out? That means you're over sexualizing the community, which I find absurd.
No, I'm not over sexualizing it. It's literally,
Yes, you are.
it's literally
Because
the
is,
definition. You
is
just
the
answered your
community
question. You just answered your question.
is the community only about sexual activity?
It's not only about sexual activity or anything like
Okay,
that.
so
That's
then
not what it's about. However,
what reason do you have to exclude a bunch of people that don't engage in sexual intercourse from a community that isn't all about sexual intercourse?
are straight people all about sexual intercourse?
No.
Okay, so
Sexuality
why
itself
would
is
that's
not
just like
all
saying,
about
therefore
sexual
I'm a part of the
intercourse.
straight community.
Santiago, I
What?
forgot how.
I'm not part of the sex. That's like saying, okay, so I'm a part of the straight community as well. I'm not a part of either community. Like I'm not a part of a straight
That's
community. I'm not a
absurd
part of a
because it's
gay
about
community.
attraction as well.
Santiago, I forgot how I forgot how irritating you can be like a little gnat until now. I almost forgot how irritating you can actually be.
That's
we
your
talked to Santiago
problem.
before.
Why is
Yes,
that
I've
my
dealt with
problem?
Santiago before.
You've never dealt with me because I don't even
Yes,
go
I
live.
have.
I don't even go live.
You
I don't
have.
even go live.
I know the
This is
name.
the first
I know
time I
the
have ever
profile
been
picture.
live in any of this. The only reason I stopped and saw, and the only reason I had a problem with the LGBTQ is because of the simple fact they include asexuals. The straight people do not include us in their community either. So it's like, therefore, the asexual community is its own community.
Wait. Do you know how to separate sexual attraction from romantic orientation?
Yes, because I'm aromantic.
Yeah, okay, but you do realize that there could be some asexuals that are romantically orientated, and there are some
I am.
and there are some aromantic people who are sexually attracted to people, right? So these don't mutually exclusively go hand in hand. One could have one, and the other could have the other,
I
right?
never
So
said they went hand in
asexual
hand.
people could be romantically attracted to somebody of the
I
same
agree.
sex, or somebody
I
of the opposite
completely
sex,
agree.
right? So
Okay.
given that, it's not even connected.
If you are asexual, that's not the same thing as saying I'm asexual and I'm also biromantic. That's not the same
It is
thing.
the same
of saying
thing.
that.
It is
No,
the
it's
same
not.
thing.
No, it's not because you're biromantic.
think that you need to have sexual intercourse in order to be in a relationship, a romantic relationship?
No, you don't have to have sexual intercourse. Therefore,
Okay,
and
so
then
then
on top of that,
why are you
if
not able
somebody
to see them as
if
separate?
somebody is aromantic, if
Why
somebody
can
is
an asexual
biromantic, or if
person
somebody is
no, why,
heteroromantic, that has nothing
hold
to
on.
do with their
Why can't a
sexuality.
bisexual person
Mhm.
why can an asexual person be
Mhm.
biromantic?
An asexual
Given the
person,
separation.
how can I answer? An asexual person can be biromantic. That has nothing to do with the sexuality, though.
It
They're
is to do with the
biromantic.
sexuality.
No, it doesn't.
Sexuality isn't just about your attraction sexually, it's also about your romantic attraction. That
No,
makes
it's not.
up your
That's why it's two different
sexuality.
terms. That's why it's two different terms. Aromantic deals
Yeah,
with
it's umbrella. Sexuality
no.
is an
That's
umbrella, and
no.
underneath
That
it
does
you
not.
have
That
romantic
is
attraction
not an
and you have
umbrella
sexual
term like
attraction.
that.
It is an umbrella
That's
term.
not how that umbrella term works. It's not an umbrella term like that.
It is
An
an
umbrella
umbrella
term.
term
An
like that.
umbrella
That's what it
term.
represents. It's
No.
not just sexualized.
Asexual and aromantic are two different
That would
things.
be you over sexualizing the community.
No, it's not.
Yes, you are over
painting the
sexualizing the
narrative.
community because you're
painting the
reducing
narrative.
somebody's sexual orientation solely down to the sexual attraction, and it's not about that completely.
Okay, so what is sexual orientation based on?
Yeah, I've already told you it's about romantic
No, it's
attraction.
not.
It's about
No,
romantic
it's not.
orientation and sexual attraction. There's both components.
So
Okay?
you think an asexual that's biromantic is bisexual?
They're biromantic.
Are they bisexual?
They would be biromantic, I think.
Are
I
they
don't know what the term is.
bisexual? Like, are they bisexual? It's just, I mean, are they? Are they bisexual? They're asexual, but they're biromantic. Are they bisexual?
I mean, Cloudcat, I don't know if you have a response to that.
No,
They're not if that's my point. They're not bisexual. They're asexual,
They would not.
biromantic.
They would not. This is so much.
They're asexual, biromantic.
Stop.
Meaning, if you are a
Wait, hold on,
biromantic,
Santiago. If you want to respond, let Cloudcat respond.
I know. You just. I don't know why you're operating at an 11.
Okay, so going with your response. The snarky remarks and everything. It's
Go ahead, Cloudcat.
Wow, I'm not sure why this attitude is necessary. I'm coming from a really serious and quite frankly hurt place because there's a really fucking huge problem within the community for asexual people specifically fighting ace erasure constantly. We don't only have to do it from like the cishet community, but within our own community as well. And it's so goddamn harmful for you to sit here and say this shit, this super uneducated shit, and perpetuate this. And as an asexual person to another asexual person, I'm really disappointed. I really, really am. And you can sit here and you can yell and you can say that you're not being harmful, but that's not how harm works. You don't get to decide what is harming other people. Like, I just don't understand why you're doing this. I really don't. And it's actually very upsetting. To answer your question and also like comments, anti-virtue signal, you can calm the shit down. You are correct in that sense. Sexuality and romantic attraction in a label term are separate. So no, if somebody is biromantic, they would not, an asexual person who is biromantic is asexual and biromantic. Those are separate. Are they more complicated that on a brain level? Yes, they are. So quite frankly, both of you are right. But if you're just going off of words alone and labels, in this instance, you are correct.
I think that's why they call it sexual orientation, because the first bit is about attraction and the second bit's about romantic orientation. I think. I don't know. I could just be making that up, but
no, it's
but
not.
It doesn't change the fact that asexual people and the entire spectrum that they encompass deserve to be a part of the community because they are not heterosexual. That is the difference. If you are not heterosexual, then you are not a part of the community, which, as I say this, also has conditions to that rule. It's not as fucking simple as you think it is.
But why isn't it as simple?
Because that's not how this works. I'm sorry.
If you cannot be straight, you're not a straight person. You're not a gay person. You're not a lesbian. You're not any of those things that have to
straight people do exist within the community.
As supporters.
You also do have straight asexuals.
As supporters. No, you don't have straight asexuals. What are you talking about?
No. I meant hetero.
I'm sorry. If you are.
I meant heteroromantic asexual.
I am saying straight people can exist within this community. You can be trans and you can be straight.
Okay, so let me say one thing.
And you can be straight.
Can I just say this one thing? Because he just like literally. Okay, sorry. I'm so sorry for misgender you because I myself do not believe.
I just said you could have a hetero. You could be hetero.
Oh, right. Okay. I'm just trying to respond to that. They said that. Or I'm just, what is it, Yusake?
It's Katie, because apparently people don't know culture. So.
Okay. Katie just said that you can be that you could be heteroromantic and you could still be asexual.
Yes.
If you're heteroromantic and asexual, you are not having sex with anybody. However, you're heteroromantic, so you're always going to be
you are just erasing gray aces and demi aces.
Please, for one time, just answer and get through with my question. One time.
Make it quick.
If you are heteroromantic and you are asexual and you are always going to be with the opposite gender romantically, would you still fit in the LGBTQ?
Yes.
Why would you fit in the LGBTQ because if you're always going to? Why would you fit in the LGBTQ by
I've
your
already
term?
explained this, but you don't seem to want to listen.
Because you're asexual.
She just said that being heterosexual and heteromantic and being the romantic thing and the sexual thing is a part of mix it up. She just said that.
Santiago.
I'm not
aware that there's
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Emily.
Santiago, are you aware that there's also a romantic spectrum?
We're talking about the romantic spectrum. Why would I
Okay.
not be aware?
So you're saying, how could you be in the community? If you are asexual
Yes.
and hetero romantic, you would still
Yes.
be within the community, the LGBTQ community.
Which makes absolutely no sense at all.
No, it doesn't. It does. It
But
does.
it doesn't.
It
It
does. Here's
doesn't.
the thing, right? You are hetero romantic. Let's say there's you. You're a cis guy, correct?
Okay.
Are you attracted to women?
Me personally?
Yes, romantically, not
No.
sexually.
No.
Romantically. Okay, so you're not
No.
okay. Are you romantically interested in anybody of any gender?
No.
So you're aro ace, correct?
I'm aromantic. No, I'm not aro ace. I'm aromantic.
You are aro ace. You're saying you're aromantic, and you just said you're asexual. That's aro ace.
If you want to use that term for you, I'm going to
It's not for me.
use it in the most simplest term that I am going to use it in because of the simple fact if you want to use that term,
So you're not
you can use
asexual
that term.
anymore. Okay.
What do you
You
mean?
have
Am I not
said you're
aromantic and asexual are not the same thing?
I didn't say they're
We're
the
not
same
saying it
thing.
I'm not
is.
talking to you, Katie. I'm talking to Cloudcat.
But here I am talking to you. Pay attention to one subject. Don't be a
One
squirrel.
person needs to talk at a time then.
Don't be a squirrel. You're not interested in anybody romantically, correct?
No.
No as in yes, or no as in you aren't?
I am not attracted to anybody romantically. I'm aromantic and asexual.
Okay, and you're
Asexual and aromantic at the same time.
which means you are aro ace. That is what that
If
is.
you want to use that term, fine. I'm not arguing with you.
It's
So
not.
anyway,
It's not a singular word, dude. It's an
Oh my
abbreviation
God.
of two words.
Okay, I just told him if you wanted to
okay,
use that
so
term, that's fine.
let's
I
just
just told
go to
him
the
that.
next point, please.
Or I just told him that.
Let's just go to the next point, please. Say there's Thomas, okay? Thomas
Okay.
is into Thomas is a guy. He's into women, but he's not sexually attracted to them, okay?
So how is he into them?
So that what you do realize that you don't have to have sex to be with somebody
I didn't
romantic.
say you had to. I'm asking a question. How is he into them? That's all I'm asking.
Answering your question. So Tom likes women romantically.
Okay.
Okay. But he is not interested in them sexually. Sexually speaking, he is not into anybody.
Okay.
That is how he would still fit in the LGBTQ umbrella because of the asexuality, not the heterosexuality. And his relationship, by appearances to the outside world, would seem straight, but it is not straight due to asexuality.
Right. It's not gay either or bisexual either or even pansexual.
It is straight presenting.
No, it's not straight. It's not bisexual. It's not gay. It's not.
It is straight. Listen, if Tom is a cis guy and he's interested in a woman, right? Romantically, they go out to dinner, they go hang out and stuff like that. They're boyfriend and girlfriend, but they do not have sex relationship with each other. They are still straight presenting.
Okay.
That is straight presenting, but the relationship because of the fact that he is ace. Even if you take out the other person, let's say Mary, even if you take out anything involved with Mary, the fact that they don't have that, by definition, would make the relationship an asexual relationship, which falls under the queer umbrella.
I no, this really this no.
It's not a no there. There's no there. I don't know how I can break
There
it
is a
down
no.
any more than this.
There is a no. There is a no there because of the simple fact he's not into her sexually. Therefore, he is asexual. There's a lack of asexuality.
I said he's asexual. I said he's asexual.
Right. Okay. Okay. Can I answer? I just was so like quiet while you talk. So for him to be asexual and everything, he would be a part of the asexual community. That's and asexuals have their own umbrella as well. Like how we just talked about gray asexual.
Yes,
they have their own umbrella as well.
But they still
are
fall
a
in
different
LGBTQ community.
They are a different community because of the simple fact.
Sub-community, not a different community.
No, they're a different community. They're not the same community.
It's not heterosexual LGBTQ, and then asexual. That's not how that works.
And it makes no sense because you're saying, because it's not straight, therefore LGBTQ. Like that makes absolute that takes away from me. I feel like that personally takes away from
anybody.
How are you gonna tell me how I feel? I'm
telling
asexual.
you, does not take
Like
away
you're trying to dictate how I'm supposed to feel about being asexual.
That is a you issue. That's what that is.
That's just like a straight person. That's just like a straight
Here's the
person
thing.
telling a
I'm
gay
not
person that's a you issue.
Santiago, I'm not nice like Cloud Cat and Emily. I'm going to call a spade, okay?
That's just like a straight person telling a gay person that's a you problem.
That's a you issue. No, it's not. Not even
yes,
close.
It is.
You're the one that wants to separate your own community away from the larger community, from the LGBTQ community.
It's not the same
That's
thing.
a you issue. That is what you want to do. That is your.
That's not what I want to do. I'm saying that it makes
If
no
it wasn't
sense.
what you wanted to do, you wouldn't be doing it.
All I asked is why are asexuals included? That's what I asked. That's the problem that I have with it. I didn't say magically because that's how I'm going to always live my life. The life that I'm going to have to the day that I move on. I'm always going to live my life as if I am not a part of a LGBTQ and I'm not a part of a straight community. Because of the simple fact.
Go do that, but don't sit there.
Nobody asked if any of you cared. The question at hand was I asked Emily. I don't know where this came from. All I asked her was why are they included? I didn't
wait.
Even wanna,
hold on. 1 second. 1 second. The reason why these two individuals are up here is because they're asexual. Are you even asking that question?
They just said that they're not asexual.
I'm a romantic.
They are.
Sorry. is not.
Romantic, yeah. Sorry, I don't mean that. I mean like asexual and aromantic. No, you brought up asexual and aromantic. So Katie's here because they are aromantic. Cloudcat's here because they are asexual, right? Okay. To have this conversation with you because I am neither of them.
Okay, so my question was why is asexual a part of that community and everything? And you said that it's because it's a minority. It just doesn't make any type of sense whatsoever. And then especially the only person I should be talking to right now is Cloudcat, honestly, about this, because of the simple fact neither one of you are asexual. And for you and can I just say something?
You are also aromantic, which you lumped in with asexuality and not being a part which is not being not part of the community. So they very much go hand in hand because that's what you brought up. So
because you can be involved. No, I didn't lump it in because of the simple fact you can be aromantic but still be bisexual. You can be aromantic but still be homosexual. You can be aromantic.
So you think that romantic people should be allowed in the community?
Yes, because that has nothing to do with their sexuality. It has nothing to do with their sexuality.
Okay, well then how does that fall in line with you wanting to take away the A?
Because of the simple fact it has to do with our sexuality.
Yeah, but asexuality is also an umbrella letter that refers to aromantic and
no, it does not.
Agender. So
aromantic has nothing to do with asexual.
Even if you took out asexuality, you'd still have the A there.
Aromantic has nothing to do with asexual. They have nothing to do with each other.
Santiago, something just occurred to me. God. Are you saying the asexual should be taken up because it deals with sexuality?
Yes, because of the lack of a sexuality. Yes, because of the lack of a sexuality, we should be taken out.
So then L, G, and B should also be taken out, correct?
That's not a lack of a sexuality. That's a sexual identity.
No. L, G, and B are also sexual orientations.
That's right. That's a sexual identity. That's not the lack of a sexuality. And Cloudcat, I'm disappointed in you as a sexual person because of the simple fact if you grew up with the same problems as most asexual people did, you should know like that you come across and you're not accepted, or you look at things and how things are sexualized and everything, and it will make you uncomfortable even growing up. Like if you are an actual asexual person and everything, you would realize like the struggles and the different things that we deal with and everything
exactly as who I am, which is I need to just hold on.
An actual asexual is wild. That is
I know that language is gross, and I'm just going to choose to ignore it. But anyways,
You know what? I'm gonna make up a
as
new
an
phrase.
actual asexual, as you would put it. What?
I'm gonna make
Sorry.
up a new joke
My
phrase.
service is bad.
Maybe this is an asexual medicalist at this point.
I mean, at this point, Emily, I know you like to have a galaxy to kick, but this is going nowhere. This is an individual who has decided that he does not want to be a part of the community he is very much a part of, and that's his choice, honestly. I just hope he
I'm
understands
not
at
asking
some
the
point
question.
that he is doing
I'm not asking the question.
that he is doing serious harm by perpetuating these
How is it
ideas,
doing
these
harm?
contradictory
How? Please
stop.
tell me how is it doing harm?
Because you're trying to advocate, I'm not saying trying, because you actively are advocating for ace erasure within the community, and we already face that all the time, and you should know that as an asexual person and a part of this community. You should know that.
How is it doing harm? Is what I'm trying to like.
Please
I'm
be
trying
the
to get
president.
the concept of
Please
how it's
go be the
doing harm.
president. Please go be the president.
You want me to tell you how
it
harms, how it
Yes.
perpetuates harm? Have
Yes,
you ever
please.
heard of corrective grape?
What does that have to do with being asexual?
Oh, holy
That's
shit!
exactly. I know.
I'm asking the question.
I know.
Okay, so if I'm ignorant to a subject, and
That
what's
is
wrong with me asking the question? Are you going to
Sub-Zero.
bully me?
You're
You
ignorant,
going to
right?
bully me?
You're definitely ignorant.
You're going to. Oh, so you
If
so
you want
bully
the
me.
answer, you do need to stop talking. If you want the answer, you're gonna have to stop talking. Corrective grape is very specific to asexual people. That is when we are graped in order to correct our asexualness.
Right.
We just need the right, the right sexual experience, and then we'll turn straight, and then we'll be a heterosexual. That happens to a lot of us.
I understand that
So when
because
you're
it
here
happens to me all the time
advocating
too.
for the erasure of our community, you are perpetuating that stuff like that is okay and
No, I'm
correct.
how?
And
No,
I
I'm
don't know
not.
if you can't. Yes, you are.
No, I'm
Stop.
not. By
I'm really
saying,
getting sick of these.
but that has
Emily, at
listen.
this point,
Stop
if you want to
interrupting
That has
dox this
nothing
Cloud.
to do
person,
with that at all. That
Wait,
has
hold
nothing to
on.
do.
Yeah, no, I got
Emily,
this. No.
Oh, you got it. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Yeah,
Sorry, I've muted again. I didn't realize you were doing it, Artemis.
you're good.
Go
It has
ahead,
nothing to do
Cloud
with
like
Cat.
that at all.
I
Is he
don't know
sitting in
how
the
to
back?
further
Is your
explain to you how bad this is. No, it's pretty bad, but you're welcome to take a crack at this guy. It's not going to go anywhere. I mean, if you're just dead set on perpetuating harm, then I can't do anything about it. I just hope that one day you find clarity enough to stop hurting your own community.
is he asexual?
Yeah, and he claimed to be aromantic at this point. I kind of want to disown him.
He's
Okay.
arrow ace.
Then we.
This is what
No,
I'm
he
talking
says he's not
about.
arrow ace.
This is exactly what I'm talking about. Like and you're saying that it's perpetuating harm and everything, and it's like you're talking to me like I don't go through the same experiences or something. It's been a plethora of times. It's been a plethora of times that I have been through things that you just didn't meet the right person or
Hey,
I want to
I had
do X, Y,
to. I had
Hey,
to.
I'm so sorry. Can I get? Okay, are you kicking him? You kicking him
Yeah.
yourself?
I sent it to you, Cloud Cat, as my apologies for witnessing that, but I had to do
No,
it
no,
to
thank
get
you.
rid of them.
He's just.
Oh, never mind. Let me
I
stop.
don't know.
I'm not gonna do my
Go
bit.
ahead.
No, go ahead, Cloudcat. I'm not gonna do my bit. I'm shutting my mouth.
I mean, I've said what I've said already, and he's just going to forever choose to be a self-hating asexual person, whether or not he ever makes the connection between what he's saying and the harm that actually happens to our community, often in secret, because we are an incredibly small community within an already existing minority. I looked it up the other day. We are, even within the LGBT community, we are 1%. We are a very, very tiny part of the community, and we are constantly having to fight for our right to be here, either by cishet people or within our own community. So to have somebody come up here and constantly say that we don't belong, that we're not real, that we're not valid, I mean, I know that's pushing it a little bit, but that's what that leads to. That's what that kind of rhetoric leads to. Separate the A, that's where the severance starts.
I didn't think in 2024 I would have the Uncle Ruckus of Aces on my bingo card, but here we are.
So I came in very, very late. First of all, are y'all good?
Yeah,
No,
I'm just annoyed.
I mean,
need water.
I had to.
I do need water.
Because I could feel Cloud Cat, and I had to. So I hope
I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no, I'm just checking on everybody. So here's the contention that I think that a lot of people don't understand is that I would say maybe like 20 to 30 years ago when we talked about sexuality, we were really just referencing attraction to like sex, to like someone's sex, even though in reality we're actually attracted to someone's gender. At least gender presentation is the first thing that we go with. And the thing is that asexual individuals are absolutely a part of the community because it is not talking about a form of sexuality that is ingrained with like bi, lesbian, gay. What it's talking about is that an individual's like sexuality stems from a different source, which would be romantic or other forms, which we have already incorporated into the community. So unless we just want to start going through and just picking out biromantic and all this other shit and making the community just a skeleton of what it is, then this doesn't make any logical sense.
Yeah. Well, I mean that was wild. Anyway, Pam, you can stay up if you want now. I am allowing people to do co-hosts if you want. To have a guest if you would like to debate along with me, feel free to stay up. I probably wouldn't have too many people at one at a time. Maybe like 3 maximum, probably not more. Otherwise, it just gets very chaotic. So if you want to stay, you're more than welcome to stay now. I will bring up somebody else, and then I will be 5 minutes. Let's see. This person wanted to come up. Um. How old are you?
Hi everyone, 51.
51. Do you have an issue with the LGBTQIA plus community?
No, kind of, see the issue that, like I get along with everyone, but the issue that I have is, how do you say it? First up, I want to say, if I, mispronounce your, pronouns or whatever, I really do apologize from the beginning. The issue I have is like one of my nephews went to school, 8 years old, and they were having a day of wearing T-shirts, of speaking out. So there were kids going in with, the rainbow T-shirts and whatever. He had a T-shirt of, I believe, in 2 genders. Now, what the school did, which I don't agree with, but I don't know if you agree with it, but they send him to the office. They say, take it off. The kid said, no, everyone's speaking out their minds. I want to speak out my mind. He was expelled for 2 weeks. Like if you're an 8-year-old kid, I believe that it should be the parents that give the life lessons and the school teach them about history and stuff like that, you know what I mean? And like how you have the female sports, there was a record in, I can't remember which sport it was. It was up for about 15 years. No one could break it. This woman totally annihilated it. And this person wore a dress, went into the sport, no training at all, and smashed the record. And they actually put it down as a record. Like, to me, I believe that someone will end up getting hurt because some boxer is going to wear a dress, go.
Wait, hold on. So your argument is that you have an issue with trans women in women's sport?
Yeah, but also with bringing it on to kids like, underage kids. About gender, sexuality and all that in school. It's not right for an 8-year-old kid to know that. That's what I believe.
Artemis Clock, I don't know if you want to respond. I'll just be back in a minute.
Start first, sports or in the classroom?
Oh, well, the first one would be in the classroom with schools.
Okay, so sorry, give me a second. So are you stating simply that you don't think that kids should know that trans people exist?
No, I don't say that.
Okay.
The life lessons should be given via the parent.
Okay, what if the parent doesn't know anything?
Well, then they can seek help.
What if they won't seek help?
Well, then that's their choice.
In fact, what if they teach their kids that trans people shouldn't exist? What about that?
The whole thing
No, I really would
is,
like you to engage with that. What if they teach their children that trans people don't exist and you should treat them horribly?
well, you're talking about what percentage of people would do that?
Quite a few would actually do that.
Then it's their choice.
So then bigotry should be allowed because parents?
Okay, let me tell you another thing. Now,
Okay.
see, the whole thing about going to school, an 8-year-old kid should not get life lessons and sexual education at 8 years old.
Wait, we weren't talking about sexual education.
Well, there's a lot of books that they use and they do readers, and if you read it, it's pretty in depth.
Yeah, which ones? I'm familiar with
That's a
3 that
very
have been problematic.
and that's a very general
There are
statement.
books that are in depth.
Okay, I'm asking about them though.
Like my nephew that went to school, 8 years old, was expelled because he believed in something. So he has not got a voice. Everyone else had a voice because they believed in rainbow t-shirts. He wanted to wear, I believe, 2 genders. And this was not brought on by his parents or nothing. He wanted it.
And how old was he?
8 years old.
So how did an 8-year-old learn about gender?
He believes in man and boy. Boy and girl.
Okay, but where did he learn about that? You said that it wasn't brought on by his parents, so he had to learn that somewhere.
No, wearing the t-shirt was not brought on by his parents.
Well, then who
On
bought
the
the
day,
t-shirt?
he wanted to wear it.
Who bought the t-shirt for him?
He wanted it.
Okay, I'm asking you who bought the t-shirt for him.
He wanted that t-shirt. He bought it.
Cool. So
He
so
bought it.
he made money as an 8-year-old, went to the shop, and bought this t-shirt.
He actually does chores around the house. And if he wants something, he buys it himself. He gets his money. They teach him the value of $1.
Okay. So then where did he learn about gender? From his parents?
Of course, when the kid's growing up, you're going to tell the kid that boy and girl. They're going to ask questions.
There it is. Okay, so he did learn all that from his parents. He didn't come to this
When
conclusion.
they ask questions, you tell them. But you're not going to go specifically and say, you know what, to do this to whatever and in depth.
Okay, I'm just like really lost because what we advocate for curriculum for like the younger grades is simply acknowledgement that there are families that have 2 moms or 2 dads. So I don't really know what the contention is. I'm trying to like get to the root of this.
I mean, other than the fact that you came in here with a lot of assumptions and never even bothered to ask what we would be advocating for, that's usually how it goes, though.
Pardon?
I said you came in here with a lot of assumptions about what we would be advocating as far as teaching this in schools, but you never actually asked what it was. So a lot of the
No,
things you assumed are incorrect.
Emily asked me, like, do you have any problem with the LGBTQ community?
Mm-hmm.
And I turned around and said, well, the only problem I have is when I see it brought onto minors and the fact that someone will probably end up getting seriously hurt because if Floyd Mayweather put on a skirt and got into a ring, he could seriously probably kill someone
Again,
with one
like
punch.
I said, you've come in here with
Yeah?
a lot of assumptions and a lot of
No,
bizarre
I'm not
scenarios.
assuming anything.
Yes, you are.
It's actually happened.
Could you actually
People have
listen?
gotten
Could you
into
actually listen,
people
please?
have gone into MMA and they've
I'm
actually
just,
hurt
Person.
the person.
I'm not,
Hi.
I
Can you
don't,
even know the name of the athlete when you came in here?
I also don't know why your sentence kept running into
Would you like
mine
me to look it up?
and
I'd like you
continues
to listen to what
to.
Cloud had to say before you do so.
Because she's saying that
Let's
I
They,
see.
am.
they.
You know
You were
what? What
saying,
did I say at the beginning?
I'm so sorry. Like, sir, like as much
I
respect
said
as I can
about the
give you, we don't
pronouns.
allow
If
misgendering in
I
this group.
mispronounce someone's pronoun,
Yeah,
please forgive me.
we did. I was correcting you.
Okay. The thing is, I have memory loss, right? So basically, if you tell me now, in 5 minutes, I'll forget,
it's fine. But again,
right? I don't mean to.
We were
It's just,
sir, this didn't need to be more than that. We just are correcting you. That's it.
yeah, okay. But the thing is, Kat said that I came in here on that purpose, and no,
1 second, we're going on sub only chat till we get to like
it's not
53
right.
likes. Let's go.
I said, are you gonna let me actually talk now or
Go for it.
no? Okay. I said you came in here with a lot of assumptions about things. You came in here saying that we're teaching all this stuff to minorities and stuff. And when you say something like that, I know
No,
exactly
not
what you
you.
mean. No, stop. I know it's not me specifically. I know that.
Yeah,
It's a
but the schools
generalization.
are.
Let Cloud
When
finish.
people come
Please.
in here and say that, they only ever mean one thing. Stop.
The
Oh my god,
schools
I can't.
are.
I can't have
Ah,
this conversation with you.
why can you not just wait for another person to finish? We are not interrupting you. We are being respectful. Please allow Cloud to finish. Pick the wrong time to clean things. My gosh. Now I'm all hyper focused. Go ahead, Cloud. Finish what you'd like to say.
Thank you. When people come in here and say shit like that, they only ever mean one thing. They're only ever thinking that we're teaching sexuality to like third graders. And we never ever say that. When we're talking about advocating for LGBT education in schools, that is never what we are speaking about. Ever. So I really recommend you kind of getting that out of your head because not only is it incorrect, it's also dangerous. And maybe you don't think it is, but as somebody who is in the community, I'm telling you from experience, and someone who's also used to be a teacher, that kind of rhetoric is dangerous. All we are advocating for is integrating LGBTQ history for the older grades, sex ed when it is appropriate, and it already is being done in upper middle school and high school. And for the youngest grades, like Artemis already said, it's literally just talking about inclusion and acceptance of different types of family structures, that gay parents exist and gay kids exist. Like, that's it. It's just not that hard. It's not nefarious. It's not trying to sexualize your kids. It's just people come in here, and maybe it isn't you. I don't know. People come in here with all kinds of wild ass assumptions. Like, we've all got this bizarre, nefarious intent to sexualize your kids. And it couldn't be further from the truth. All we're trying to do is have equal representation for our kids within the classroom because they currently don't. we're also trying to write history and add LGBTQ peoples of history who have done amazing things and deserve to be taught in history classes. That's what this is. And it's the same for all minorities. It's stopping the whitewashing of history. It's stopping the cis heteronormativity within every part of our schools that is there whether you realize it or not. It's pure inclusivity that everyone matters and everyone deserves representation. So if you can't get on board with that, then that is a big concern. All right, I'm done. I don't even know if he listened.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't come in with assumptions or anything like that. And I didn't say that use basically what country do you live in? Do you live in the US or do you live in Australia? If you live in Australia, you would see when you go into a primary school, you would see, right, full on things that they are teaching, which to me, I say is wrong. I'm not saying, like you're saying, get it out of your head because you know what, it's whatever. No, I'm just saying these kids are going through something that is not supposed to be there. And the fact of the sports, there's been issues with this sports where the skaters and the female divers, they were not even told that there's going to be trans people going into the showers. And this female that basically only ever showed her body to her husband was having to take a shower next to a trans person. And she ended up quitting the team.
Sounds like she's prejudiced then.
But also, like, she was changing in front of other women. But regardless, are you talking about Leah Thomas?
You should have a first of all, that person, to me,
I
should
asked
not
Small to
be
come
there.
in.
They should have
Oh, thank
a
you.
separate shower.
So segregation is what that sounds
Yeah,
like.
it
Okay.
should be.
So really quickly, hi Small, thank you for showing up.
Because
I own hi.
Of course.
I brought in another Aussie because there's Aussie claims being made. So Small, apparently there's claims that sexuality is being taught to 8-year-olds in Australian schools.
I need a source for that because,
Okay.
to my understanding, the only instance where sexuality is taught in Australian schools that young is the acknowledgement that same-sex relationships occur, but that's actually taught at a stage far before 8 years old because we have same-sex relationships represented in media, as well as like stories that are taught to kids
He
before
also mentioned
being
an
8 years
event.
old.
He also mentioned an event called Speak Out, where individuals were allowed to wear like rainbow shirts and everything, but his nephew wore a shirt that said there are only two genders, and he got in trouble for wearing that. And he doesn't agree the fact that his nephew got in trouble for wearing a shirt that says there are only
Well, I mean, yeah. So the Speak Out program is I'm going to assume that this is something different to the speech and voice therapy program. So I believe it would be like Speak Out Advocacy Australia, or something related to that organization. I'd have to look further into it. But what Speak Out Advocacy does, what that organization, what that event is designed around, is kind of bringing attention to minority groups who are vulnerable because of the lack of awareness about the specifics of what it means to be a part of those minority groups is. So, in an instance where we see someone trying to represent themselves as a member of a minority group. And then we have somebody coming on into that same space and sharing rhetoric that has been recognized to be malicious and harmful. At that point, yeah, you would kind of be in violation of the social protocols of those events. And I think that, yeah, you would be removed.
Okay. So now
Have
we're all
you
caught up.
finished?
Yep, they're finished. I just wanted to get them caught up.
Yeah. Has he finished? Like, can I?
Yep, they are finished. You can go right ahead.
Okay. Thank you. The actual event that was being held was basically just the classroom. There wasn't others. They were doing a classroom event. Now, if I remember correctly, the piece of paper, the rules that they got was that they want the kids to speak out their mind. Basically, it was what you believe, wear it. Now, it wasn't a thing of, hey, you can't do this, you can't do that, or anything like that. And he had this t-shirt, he bought it because when everything sort of started up and everything, he was just, I want to get a t-shirt made. And he actually paid to get it made up for himself. It was his choice. And that's where this came up and he got into trouble. And he goes, no, I'm not going to take it off because everyone in the classroom has voiced an opinion. This is my opinion. That's all it is.
Yeah, okay. So, like,
And they
do you think
expelled
that
him.
people should be. They expelled him, did they?
Yeah,
Are you 100% certain that they expelled him?
dead
Because
set.
there are records of expulsions.
Mate, dead set.
So, so if I look up, because I before you double down on this, like I'm totally fine if you want to retract that, but before you double down on this, I want you to know that there is a record of expulsions and they have to list the reasons. And if I look up the record of expulsions as someone who has worked within the school system, as someone who has access to this, and I search under reason for expulsion, this exact scenario that you've just
I'm
stated,
thinking,
am I going to
look,
find something,
hang
or are
on,
you lying? Because
wait.
I think you're lying.
No, hang on. I'm thinking it was expulsion unless it was a suspension or something or whatever, something along those lines. But it
Those are
was,
very
they
different
did
things.
kick him. They did
Okay,
kick him
so
out.
so what we see here is this would come under the category of hate speech. Even though he paid for it himself, and even though it's just his opinion, it's still engaging in harmful rhetoric. That rhetoric is not allowed within our education system. I am dubious that he was suspended for this and this alone, unless there was a history, because there has to be a case made that there is a history of harmful behavior. I'm getting a bit of an echo. Just a heads up. I'm not sure who that's coming from. There has to be a history made. A case made for a history of harmful behavior. If this was an isolated incident, even then, it's grounds for disciplinary action because it's harmful behavior to other members within the community. This community, in this instance, being the children within the same classroom
They're,
as the person mentioned.
they're actually taking them to court because
Who's taking them to court?
the parents,
So
they're
the
taking them
parents are
to court
taking
because
the education system or the school board, or who are they taking to court?
I don't know. I haven't asked those sort of questions. I did get told that it's going to court. The kid is basically the most innocent, sweetest kid. Like, he doesn't cause trouble. How do I say, he gets along with everyone. And all he wanted to do
It
was
doesn't sound like he gets along with everyone.
No, but
It
what
doesn't sound like he's particularly sweet if
No, but
he's
you hang on.
actively engaging in
Yeah,
inflammatory and
hang on a
harmful
second.
rhetoric.
You said that if there was some sort of behavioural problems or anything like that. No, there wasn't. There ain't anything like that. That's all I'm trying to say. When you say
Okay,
to
but
me that the kid may have anger issue or something like that, I'm just responding to what you said, and I'm saying
no,
no,
okay, for
he's
sure.
not.
So, would you find that it's a particularly believable statement that, say, if back during like the 1940s, a kid had worn a shirt with the symbol that we now associate with the Germans from 1940s, and walked into a mosque, would you say that that would be harmful?
Total different scenario.
But would that or would not
Yeah,
would
but
that
it's
not
a
be
different
harmful?
era.
No, okay. Different era, different scenario, but still engaging in harmful rhetoric in the
You
same
go,
way that.
okay, hang on a second. I'll give you another one, right?
Sure.
Now, for example, now, right? I'm sorry, Emily. I'm just going to use you as an example. Yeah.
Sure.
So now, if Emily is bisexual, or whether she's lesbian, or whether she's calls herself gay, or whether anything, right? Doesn't matter. Whatever it is, right? If I'm sweet with it, but when people are trying to push it on others, that's not right. Now, when you walk into a school and you see everywhere rainbow flags, don't push it on people. It's like veganism. It's like all that.
Okay, so
You
I'm going to
know,
stop you there
you push it
because,
onto
okay,
something,
No.
I'm
people
going
are
to
gonna.
stop you there because you said I'm going to give you an example. You haven't given me an example. Instead, you've said that it's being pushed on you. No one's telling you you have to be bi. No one's
I'm
telling you
not
you have
saying
to be
it's being pushed
trans.
on me.
So it's not being pushed on you. It's not
No,
being
I'm
pushed
not
on
saying.
anybody. What is being pushed on people is the ideology of heteronormativity and cisgender normativity, which do not reflect the actual lived experience, the actual human experience.
How
They
can
are
you say it's not
ideologies
pushed on someone?
because it's
Okay,
not
I
pushed on.
went to
How is it?
Bunnings.
How is it?
Hang on.
Okay,
We got a shop here. It's called Bunnings, right? It's
I'm
like
familiar with Bunnings.
it's yeah. Okay, we got Bunnings, right? Sorry, I forgot you're in Australia. My apologies.
No, it's cool. I'm familiar with Bunnings. I love a sausage sizzle.
Yeah,
Uh, if anything,
I went.
I cite Bunnings as the number one reason that people should come to Australia for the tourism, just for
Well,
the sausage sizzle alone.
I I vouch for that too, but I was paying for my stuff, and a person behind me started like small talk with me and he mentioned something, and he goes, "Oh, are you a cis man?" I'm like, "What? No, I'm just a man, a male."
Okay, so that's what. Okay, do you want trans men to use the label trans when they describe themselves as a man? Or so, do you consider trans men to also just be men?
A trans man? I
In the same way that you consider yourself to just be a man, would you apply that same language to trans men?
Yeah, I would. Yeah.
In that way, another person is just using cis or trans to specify the subcategory of man. It's just more precise language, and it's not being pushed on you to use more precise language to better articulate a premise that they're trying to convey to you. That's the purpose of language, and it's the purpose of words. They're just being more specific with their language.
Sorry to break up this conversation, but I gotta go take care of something real quick. I might be back on in a bit, but yeah, so I'll be
No, you're
back
good.
later.
Thank you for
Ruben, I
having me.
Yeah.
I have D and D in
Thank you
like
for
5
having
minutes.
me, Emily.
Yeah.
Thank
No
you so
worries.
much.
I should be back on later, but I'll see you
Much
guys.
respect to
Bye.
you.